Good morning, everybody. I declare open this public hearing of the Senate Select Committee on the National Broadband Network. I welcome you all here today. In the room we have Senator Scott Ludlam, Senator David Johnson, we have Senator Stephen Conroy coming down from the heavens. Morning, Stephen.
G'day, everybody.
And I'm Jan McLucas, I'm the Chair of the committee. This is a public hearing and a Hansard transcript of the proceedings is being made. Before the committee starts taking evidence, I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence being given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. I would like to emphasise that while the committee prefers all evidence to be given in public, under the Senate's resolutions, witnesses have the right to request to be heard in private session. If you would like any of your evidence to be heard in camera, please don't hesitate to let the committee know. If a witness objects to answering a question, the witness should state the ground on which the objection is taken, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. As noted previously, such a request may be made at any other time. Gentlemen, that is a standard set of words that is said in front of every committee. We are not expecting this to be a difficult hearing at all. I remind people in the hearing room to ensure that their mobile phones are either switched off or switched to silent. I welcome the academics who are appearing today for the academic roundtable: Dr. Gregory, Dr. Glance, Dr. Tucker, Professor Tucker, Professor Nemathalis, Professor Lowry. For the record, could you give your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Mark Gregory, I'm a senior lecturer at RMIT University.
Thank you.
Dr. David Glance, I'm the director of the UWA Centre for Software Practice.
I'm Rod Tucker and I'm an emeritus professor at the University of Melbourne.
Asni Malathis, I'm a director of the Melbourne Network Society Institute and also the academic director for the Melbourne Accelerator Program.
I'm Arthur Lowry, I'm an ARC Laureate Fellow at Monash University.
Thank you. I will now ask each of you if you would like to make an opening statement, or as Professor Lowry calls it, a speech-ette, which I think is quite cute. So who would like to begin?
Well,
Professor Lowry.
I put my hand up, so I guess I'm in the firing line now.
Thank you.
So good morning, senators and academics and members of the public out there. My name's Arthur Lowry. I'm an ARC Laureate Fellow in electrophotonic interchanges. They're the freeway network for optical communications, the backbone. I'm a long-time systems engineer and a fellow of the IEEE for leadership in software tools for communication systems design. More importantly to you is that I co-founded a company called VPI Systems in 1996, a company that has driven innovation and rollouts in optical communications around the world by developing software tools across the bandwidth value chain, i.e. for component designers, network equipment manufacturers, operators and service providers. Why is this important? Well, because VPI supports optimised engineering by selecting the optimum mix of technologies to provide services, your new plan for the NBN. Many companies and countries have benefited from these planning tools. And I should add, I have no financial interest in VPI anymore. I've read your report on the old plan and the new plan, and I agree with most of the text and recommendations. Good engineering is about optimization by considering all available technologies, including considerations throughout the life cycle: upgradability, maintenance, suitability, return on investment, financing. Most importantly, for complex projects like these, the engineering decisions should be supported by vendor-neutral software. From my experience of building an even smallish software team of 100 people, it's extremely difficult to recruit enough engineering experts to make the right decisions. I really don't know how you could have done this, as you need the experts to interview the experts. And the reports allude to this. It's also difficult to attract the best engineers when they know they'll be redundant after the build. For the last 12 years, I've been working on new types of optical system at Monash University. We're developing optical chips to lower the cost and energy consumption of complex optical networks. In 2008, I founded a company called Ophidium, which holds key IP in access and long-haul systems. I'm also leading the development of a cortical implant to provide bionic vision and a recording brain interface to enable bidirectional communications to prosthetics, for example. My next mission in optics is to roll out a 10 terabit per second research network which will connect RMIT, Melbourne and Monash universities to allow us to perfect very high performance optical switching and processing together so we can develop solutions for real world problems. I sincerely believe that more thinking is required on the NBN. For example, it's easy to imagine hybrid methods that could cut billions from the cost of NBN while still providing the enormous download speeds associated with fibre. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Lowry.
Thank you. This is Thasni Malathis from the Network Society Institute. I would like to make a very quick couple of points. I guess we approach the challenge society faces through the network society lens, where the ICT technology is pretty much kind of decide every aspect of the society, from production to labor to the cultural aspect of the society. So we see that as a very powerful framework to see how the Australia could develop itself, both in region as well as within the cities. So the NBN is an important platform for activating that connectivity, because we are really interested in using connectivity between people, places and things as a way of running the society efficiently. In that context, I think the investment in NBN should be world-class. And I think one of the things we see, despite the NBN implementation, our international ranking has been a bit of a struggle for us to lift. If you look at it, there is a widening gap between the peak and the average speeds as the network builds up. The average speed is improving over the years, but other countries have been systematically able to improve much greater rate than we've been able to do. So there is a potential that people who have it and people don't have it, there is a widening gap in that context. So while the NBN promises us a lot of opportunities for improving, but accelerating that NBN rollout is a kind of critical step so that we can reap the benefits offered by this concept called as Internet of Things, where we actually have a pervasive network of devices, people, and systems where we can drive different industry sectors. And in that, if you look at it, we are also at the risk of, if you look at the revised NBN deployment plans, the greenfield sites and the brownfield sites, there has been significant projections of the rollout plan. And I see there are some statistics we need to publish more openly so that we can see how we are doing. For example, the greenfield sites, I think there is about 200,000 new premises come on board in terms of registration within Australia. But in terms of the greenfield deployment, it is at much lower rate. So there is a risk of converting today's greenfield sites into the accumulating backlog of brownfield sites if we are not making them NBN activated pretty much immediately as the premises come on board. And these challenges could possibly delay the Australia's capacity to embrace the Internet of Things, in particular in the regions and towns, because Australia can't just see the development by looking at only major cities. The major cities are surrounded by larger regional cities, and the regional cities are surrounded by towns. We have to see it as a connected city framework so that we can see both culture, economy, labor distribution, and also housing and development, all as a connected city kind of framework. And I think it is great to see in recent times that connected city focus is actually on the government's priority. But I think we need to really accelerate NBN as a launchpad for really being able to help the industry to reap the benefits. In that regard, even the satellite deployment, it's already the deployment plan looks like we might actually very quickly hit again a shortfall, and we should be looking at third satellite launch in order to really enable the IoT in regions and town villages. with that, I might just stop there.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Tucker, did you have some...
Well, I hadn't planned to make a statement, but I've now been stimulated by my colleague, Pascal Glasses. And I'd like to make the point, just picking up on something that he said, that we need to be planning for the future. And if one looks at the capacity of broadband networks around the world, and I've been doing quite a lot of work on this in recent years, it's true that Australia is falling behind the rest of the world in terms of broadband capabilities. We are currently about 49th in the world. And by projections that I've been looking at, it's possible that we could even hit 100th in the world, even with the NBN coming on stream. So we certainly need to be thinking about the future. And I think the important point here is that all around the world, the demand for bandwidth is growing, and it always has been growing. Ever since the days of the dial-up modems, there has been an exponential growth in the capacity required by people and the bandwidth that's been used and the data downloaded. And that exponential growth is not stopping. So even though we might have sufficient capacity now or in the near future with the NBN, we need to be thinking further ahead, in the sense that in another 10 or 20 years that exponential growth will continue, and there'll be a need to make sure the NBN can be upgraded to a capacity that will be needed in the future. So I think we need to keep this in our minds, that we're looking over the long term, well into the future, in terms of the engineering decisions we make now.
Thank you. Thanks, Professor Tucker. Dr. Glance.
Well, following on from Rod's comments, yes, I wasn't going to say anything, but so I thought, just in case the question doesn't come up, in the past 10 years I've been involved in rolling out clinical systems to a variety of different locations, including rural areas. And the problems and difficulties that we encountered in doing that are still prevalent today, in terms of having to rely on satellite systems to provide access for these communities and the clinicians that provide the care there. So these weren't particularly exceptional demands. They were things like uploading retinal images, for example, so that somebody in Perth could actually review and make a diagnosis. It was trying to do video conferencing for a GP to access specialist care. In places like Kununurra, it might be actually performing an operation whilst getting assistance over video conferencing at the same time. All of those things became incredibly difficult to deliver, even when we went to extreme lengths to get business-grade satellite provisions. We've been in the situation in Darwin, for example, outside the detention centres there, where every time an aeroplane landed and everybody switched on their cell phones, the actual clinical systems went down because they couldn't get the bandwidth through the 4G network that was available at the time. So these are actually not particularly futuristic scenarios. They are scenarios that we've actually been tackling and trying to deliver systems today, and they don't encompass the sort of demands, as Rod has mentioned, Professor Tucker has mentioned, in terms of the future requirements. So if we're going to deliver care to the home, for example, which increasingly is one of the requirements in terms of video conferencing, we're not going to do it. Having just set up a ADSL connection for a neighbour and seen a commercial offering which is at most 6 megabits per second, it's clear that we can't rely on private enterprise to deliver this infrastructure and this functionality. So that is one of the critical features of what any infrastructure needs to be able to deliver.
Thank you, Dr. Glance. Dr. Gregory.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to make a few comments a little bit more specific about things related to the NBN, if I may. I'd like to start with something which I consider to be very important that relates to the conduct of the NBN, and that is that it's very important to understand that the current telecommunications market in Australia is very unbalanced. We made an error and we missed the opportunity to split Telstra into two companies back in a decade ago. We still have an opportunity to do that, as our colleagues across the ditch in New Zealand have demonstrated to us in 2012. It would mean that there would need to be a reorganisation of how retail and wholesale work, but this is something that the Senate committee should consider, because it's most embarrassing to have New Zealand show us the way in anything. It is important that the ACCC maintain its monopoly infrastructure role. I know there has been discussion and talk about this role being removed from the ACCC. It would be a mistake. We've seen errors like this before that have caused chaos that have taken decades to restore. And I also strongly support the ACCC's call for monitoring, performance monitoring of the NBN. It's very much a case that we need to differentiate where the problems lie. Is the problem something that is the responsibility of NBN Co, or the responsibility of the retail service providers? And technically it's only due to performance monitoring and identifying where congestion is that we'll be able to identify where the responsibility lies. Now, if I may, in regards to NBN Co, NBN Co should not be able to discriminate on pricing of products. The way that NBN Co has been trying to slowly do this with the aid of recent legislation that's been pulled from the agenda is wrong. At this stage, the goal has got to be to get the NBN rolled out. Let's worry about finessing competitive markets and the implications of what that does later, after we've got a firm basis upon which we can move forward. We need the NBN Co to roll out a wholesale Wi-Fi network, and we need this desperately, because unless the government is asleep, everyone should notice that Telstra has been expending huge amounts of money on Telstra Air. Now, Telstra has been signing up councils around Australia exclusively to the Telstra Air network. And what this means is that Telstra are expending funds in such a way that they are gaining a creep on what you would call community or public or national Wi-Fi. Now, technologies coming down the pike for Wi-Fi are going to be very important. In the next 10 years, Wi-Fi is not going to be what we think it is now. Wi-Fi and the changes in that wireless area, including the introduction of LTE into the 2.4, 5 gigahertz and other bands, means that we're going to have a very, very complementary environment between wireless and fixed networks. And the people at Telstra know what they're doing. It's very important that a life cycle cost analysis be done for fibre to the node, HFC and fibre to the premise. If this was done at the start rather than a fantasy cost-benefit analysis, we would have very easily seen that there was no reason to build fibre to the node. We saw recently that AT&T conducted such a study, and AT&T have published the results. And their results clearly show that fibre to the premise is the way forward. We now see in the United States companies only talking about fibre, not talking about fibre to the node or anything else, only about fibre. And that's because they carried out the correct engineering study. NBN Co unfortunately has some problems, and the Media and Communications Group is leading the way. The relationship between the Media and Communications Group at NBN Co and organisations that are not responsive to their point of view is very negative. And this has been highlighted by people before, in particular the leadership of NBN Co's Media and Communications Group. In January this year, after 4 years of a very, very good relationship with NBN Co and being able to visit many NBN sites, I've been to probably 15 or more over that period of time, including locations such as Darwin, Geraldton, Queensland, Sydney, Melbourne and so forth, Tasmania. I was sent an email telling me that I was to no longer to be provided with any support by NBN Co, that I was to be no longer provided with any responses to questions that I had from NBN Co, and that NBN Co was not interested in academia. NBN Co has 60 or more people in their Media and Communications Group around the country. I find it amazing that we can't afford one person out of such a large organisation with such a large budget to be a relationship manager to deal with academia. If we don't research, if we don't inquire, then we, academics, are failing. But more to the point, government has failed us. I would like to just move from that very negative point to something I believe that is very positive. I think it's very important that we look ahead. And one way or another, we're only 5 years away from, hopefully, from the end of the NBN rollout. I would like to encourage the committee to recommend government that we form a broad panel now, consisting of people from industry, government, consumer advocates, academia, to look at what should happen to the NBN post 31st of December 2020. This is going to be one of the most important decisions, most important public infrastructure decisions in this nation's history, if not the most important public infrastructure decision in this nation's history. We need to talk about it now. The next 5 years are going to pass very quickly. We need to form a consensus view on the future for the NBN. It's time that the NBN stopped being a political football. It has been the most disappointing thing in my career to see the NBN turn into something which detracts from what people, the engineers, are doing at NBN Co, which is excellent work. I've expressed in a number of different forums and ways very strong views on the NBN. All I'm concerned about is that we get the best value for the Australian public moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gregory. There's a number of themes that have come out of your original comments, and I wonder if, Deputy Chair, we could sort of think about having a conversation around the NBN, the comments you've just made, Dr. Gregory. I want to pursue Dr. Glance's comments around health and the NBN. That's my personal sort of interest, but I don't want to put my personal interest in front of everyone else. Other themes that people might want to progress, Senator Ludlam?
Today?
Yeah, with the group of academics that we have here today.
I've got two themes that I'd like to progress. So the idea of this hearing really was to put fresh eyes on the NBN. The debate's got pretty stale and pretty stuck, and it's right down in the weeds, was to really have you guys give us a bit of a helicopter view. Anything that you can tell us by way of global comparisons of what our, contemporary or like-minded countries might be putting into the field, and really where you think this should go from here. Like all of you have written extensively on, quite sharp critiques of where we've got to. If we can pull the political football off the field today and talk about where to from here. I mean, you're in Parliament House, it is a political environment, but this is a project that's got to survive political cycles. So that was the intention, really. We haven't called Telstra, we haven't called NBN today. We've called people who don't normally get to front these sort of forums.
Thanks. Stephen, are there any themes that you would like to progress? I'm just trying to get some structure around the next hour or so. No. All right, well, let's talk about the now. Then we'll talk about the future stuff. And then we'll talk about health and whatever else comes up as a theme as well.
Chair, I'd like to talk about what other countries are doing.
Okay, so the global comparisons. Right. NBN, global NBN now. I'm particularly concerned at your comments, Dr. Gregory, about non-engagement with NBN and them not being interested in talking to academia. But let's sort of progress those conversations that we had, that Dr. Gregory raised about what we need to do now and pick up on the comments that you made. Dr. Gregory, when you were engaging with NBN, what was the value to your work, to the NBN, to the community of your engagement?
I feel that my engagement with NBN was very positive, because not only could it be folded back into my teaching and research at RMIT University, but also in discussions with my colleagues. But also, it also provides value in terms of providing a different perspective on what's happening with this project. I've looked back at how academics We're involved in the Snowy Mountains scheme and other large projects that we've had over our history. And there seems to be less interaction today between academia and some of the major things that have been going on over our history. And of course, we've recently seen reviews of the Sydney Opera House. And of course, at the time that Opera House is being built, there was a huge amount of interaction between academia, the builders, the government, and so forth. A mountain of interaction, positive and negative and so forth. So what I would like to say is that I think that the debate is important. It's not that one side is wrong and the other side is right. It's that through the debate we all learn, and knowledge provides strength.
And any other comments? Please, let's turn this into a conversation rather than a...
This is Thassin Malatas, and I think the last 2 years I've been closely engaging with NBN on more technology side of it. So I think we found it, some of the teams, very responsive, interactive, and very soon I think we will host a major technology delegation back into the university to look at some of the emerging challenges, emerging applications that we're doing inside the lab. So I find it easier to approach NBN technical teams, and we've been collaborating with them.
Oh, good. Any other comments?
Well, Chair, I think this is a really great opportunity to talk to some people who have a very broad view, both domestically and internationally. And I'm interested to talk about fibre to the node and fibre to the premise. And in the very brief but intense period of time that I tried to come to terms with what is a very deep technological, cultural subject, I note that some countries around the world are doing things, UK, Germany, US, Switzerland are doing fibre to copper. Now, I'm interested in what potential there is to meet Dr. Gregory and Professor Tucker's ambitions for the future. So my question is, how are those rollouts going? How do they differ from ours? And what is the upgradable potential for us, given what we're doing right now, into the future, the 2020-2030 conundrum and challenge that I think has been put on the table by particularly you, Professor Tucker. So I'm happy for you to try and tell us where you think we're at in terms of what they're doing and what we're doing.
Perhaps I could start. You mentioned a moment ago the fibre to the node in the United States, and I think it's important to recognise the fact that in the past 3 years since the change of management in NBN Co, the whole scene in the US has changed. 3 years ago, and up to a point 3 years ago, in the US there were two companies that were taking two different directions. One was Verizon, which was rolling out fibre to the premises, and the other was AT&T that was rolling out fibre to the node. And this was happening around the time of the global financial crisis, and Verizon tapered out their rollout, whereas AT&T continued with fibre to the node.
And they've done this engineering report that we've heard about.
But since then, it's all changed, and in the last 3 years, there's been a total turnaround, and AT&T has totally stopped fibre to the node, and they've done a complete conversion to fibre to the premises. And this has been driven by a recognition of the fact that they were, well, I guess primarily on competitive grounds, because there were a number of other companies in the US that have been rolling out fibre to the premises, such as Comcast and in particular Google. And Google is well known now for its gigabit fibre to the premises rollouts, and so AT&T was losing market share, and so they've just now gone to fibre to the premises. And in fact, I'd like to give a quote from something that AT&T put to the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, just a few months ago. Demand is growing faster for broadband speeds than AT&T or anyone else, for that matter, can deliver with fibre to the node. So their recognition is that fibre to the node is not able to cope with the increasing demands that that people have for bandwidth, and so there's been that change to fibre to the premises away from fibre to the node. Now, you also mentioned a moment ago the UK and
Switzerland and
Germany. Yes. Now, those companies were actually mentioned in the one of the corporate plans from NBN Co as examples. The NBN Co 2016 corporate plan had a small section on overseas activities, and it mentioned those few examples, and not much else, I must say. And I have in front of me here, I can show you later on if you like, or put it on record, a bar chart showing the penetration of optical fibre in Europe in countries, as a bar chart showing the height of the bar is the penetration of optical fibre. And there are something like 20 countries in Europe that have more fibre than the UK and Germany. It turns out Germany and the UK are real laggards in Europe when it comes to fibre to the premises. So it's not a good example to be picking the laggards when you're thinking about what's going on in other parts of the world. Okay. So in fact, my argument would be that was not a good comparison. And there are many other countries, including Russia and many of the Scandinavian countries, that have very large and expanding fibre to the premises rollout.
So why is it that the UK, Germany and Switzerland are doing fibre to copper? How does that? What's the basis for that?
Time.
Yeah.
Coming on
Yes,
that. The reason that those three countries are doing fibre to the copper was primarily because they started upgrading their networks far before anyone else.
Okay.
So they started upgrading their networks in that period in the early 2000s. And many other countries like us put it off. So the issue is that was their investment in fibre to the copper in the early 2000s and subsequently valid? Yes. And that was because they would be well into the lifetime of those technologies before new technologies came on stream. And that's the important point, was that back in 2009-10, industry, engineers, academia could see technologies that are going to be rolled out between 2010 and 2025. And in fact, one of the main reasons that AT&T did its spectacular backflip was because new technology called next generation PON2 has now come onto the market. And essentially that's a third generation fibre to the premises system. Not a first generation, not a second generation, third generation. And it was the advent of this new next generation PON2, the capabilities and the decreased costs of using that technology, that finally pushed the numbers, if you like, across into the fibre to the premises column, saying this is advantageous. Now, people like myself and colleagues and others have been arguing since 2009-10 that if we're going to do a new network, that's got to have a 30-year lifetime. And we can see that by 2015, 5 or 6 years ahead from 2009, that new technologies would come on stream that would make investment in fibre to the node unwarranted, given that essentially from today, 2016 on, every dollar spent on copper is essentially 20 cents more expensive than a dollar spent on fibre to the premise. And over the next 10 years, that gap is going to grow and grow and grow. So AT&T has demonstrated clearly, even though we're late, they've demonstrated clearly that we should not continue down the copper path. Now, if I may, on one other point, there has recently been a lot of hoo-ha made about a lab test that was done by Comcast about 10 gigabit per second HFC. It was a lab test. That technology, if ever, would not hit the streets for 10 years. Now, we've got 10 gigabit per second, next generation PON2, being rolled out in Portugal, in the United States. It's being rolled out in China. It's being rolled out around the world. It's here today.
Okay.
lab tests and HFC and Comcast, all that sort of stuff is just unfortunate fantasy, and it's very disappointing. Very disappointing to see senior executives from NBN Co running around carrying on as if all their problems have been solved.
Can I just? I get annoyed a bit about the NBN debate just as a private citizen, because as an engineer, what you need is a requirement specification, and the requirement of the NBN was primarily to get a more even distribution of bandwidth across the country. And I entirely agree with that. I think that's a laudable political aim. And the way to do that, well, there's a variety of ways to do it, but what you should do is compare the life cycle costs of these various technologies. And sometimes satellite wins and sometimes fibre wins. I'm broadly in agreement with the rest of the panel that if there is a new path or a greenfield site, then obviously you should put fibre in, because it is, demonstrably more future-proof than other technologies. But I also think that if you're going to dig up everybody's front garden in the suburbs just to put a new type of electromagnetic carrier across the garden to carry a relatively small bandwidth, then that could be a waste of money in some people's eyes. That why not keep that cable going across the front yard? Why not keep the cable going under the house and up through the floorboards? That all works fine. And then all you need to do is split up the HFC network a little bit more on a finer granularity and put more fibre feeds in. And for a lot less money, you've improved the internet of many, many people. And my point about engineers, I suppose I was going to lead on to the point that when you're running a telecoms company, you shouldn't be planning for what's going to happen before 2020. You should be planning how you're going to have a telecoms company that works forever. And that involves having a workforce that's confident that it's going to be with you. Otherwise, you get the situation like I have, that one student's gone to Apple, one's gone to Google Fibre, another's gone to Bell Labs. All the good brains disappear from Australia. So, yes, fibre is good. I think these comparisons with other countries sort of miss the point slightly, in that what we need to do is think about what capacity is needed where. Now, 40 megabits per second is probably good for streaming TV. I doubt that any new apartment in Melbourne would need a 4K TV, because the pixels would be bigger than the room. You need to sit a long way away from it to appreciate it. The arguments that we're going to have a family with 5 people and they're all going to have their own TV and it's all going to be streaming all the time. My daughter went to Japan and there was such a family, and the son hadn't spoken to the mother for 20 years. Is that the society you're trying to create with all this internet? Or should we be solving the problems that really need fixing? Like when I download myself every day to go to work, it takes an hour on one of Melbourne's linear car parks. Perhaps we should be spending a bit of thinking time on how to free up the freeways.
Public Transport Committee's hearing in the next.
Well, you're the government. You do everything. You're omnipotent.
Can we unpack some of this stuff a little bit? Is that all right? So I think all of you at different times have mentioned this concept of future-proofing, and I feel like you just kind of downloaded a couple of quite different ideas on us there. Can we pull apart this future-proofing idea? One of you in your opening statements, I forget who it was talking about. Tell me if I got this wrong. A 10 terabyte per second network in between research laboratories. Who was that?
Well, that's what we're doing in our individual labs at Melbourne and RMIT and Monash.
10 TB.
And we want to send signals to each other so we can work out the real world problems, like what happens when a tram goes past the fibre. It affects the polarisation in the fibre. Yeah. Can we invent cheap methods of solving that at the receiver? So we can do some really great stuff just using some dark fibre that's plentiful down St Kilda Road. So that's one thing.
So
And I guess Rod's point has always been that if you put a fibre to the home, then you could get 10 terabytes down it. And John Laws gets very excited about this when the Swiss put 26 terabytes per second down the fibre.
Can you do that?
But what would you do with it?
Well, it's 2016. I mean, actually, we've invited you guys to tell us a little bit about what you would do with it. I'm always a bit uncomfortable when we are comparing, potential alternative technology solutions, and we are, the metric that we use is how many 4K TVs can people have at a time.
Yes.
I feel like that fundamentally misunderstands how these networks are going to get used. I do a certain amount of 3D modelling and rendering, so I use a render farm in Switzerland, for example, and, you spend a lot of time tearing your hair out, sending these big files up and waiting for them to come back. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't have a number of 4K TV, metrics by which to gauge that, but the question I want to get to when we come to this concept of future-proofing is how far can this legacy copper network take us? Like, how far can it be pushed before we just hit the capacity limits and say we'd better just get on with actually upgrading it? And that's where the debate in Australia has been stuck. If you can help us unstick it, that would be great. Should we persist with a fibre to the node and an HFC hybrid build, or should we actually just jump to what appears to be scalable and future-proof?
Can I make a...
That's okay.
Can I make a comment here? I agree with Professor Lowry's comment about copper being good in a home, and there's a technology that we haven't mentioned here yet, and that's fibre to the what's so-called fibre to the distribution point, using a standard known as G.fast or G.fast or G.fast, some people call it. And the idea there is that the fibre comes all the way almost to the home, but you don't dig up the front garden, and there is a little box that sits in the outside the house, which provides a connection from the fibre to the copper. It's not powered by any external source. It doesn't require connection to the power lines, which has been causing problems for NBN Co just recently, I read, because it's reverse powered from the home via the copper pairs. Now, this is a very new technology which is just being trialled around the world, but it's highly compatible with the concept of taking fibre almost to the home, and you could either use G.fast with the existing copper pairs under the front garden, or you could put a fibre in if you wanted to for those people who really did want a fibre. And I think that's a really good way forward. And there has been mention made by this of NBN Co executives, although I'm not sure if it's in any of their business plans just yet. But to answer your question, Senator Luddell, my feeling is that to go to fibre to the node is a bad idea, because fibre to the node requires an expensive piece of equipment in the field, powered via the power grid, which is causing problems as we know right now. In fact, the fibre to the node network is going to consume something like 20 megawatts of power additional to the additional drain on the Australian electricity supply when you add all those nodes up. And then to upgrade it, it's necessary to eventually bring the fibre from that node through to either out the front of the house and use fibre to the distribution point, or to the house. So my feeling is that fibre to the node is a bad idea, but there are solutions that don't require necessarily digging up the front garden of every house.
And that's brilliant. That's what we need to think about, is some of these hybrid solutions that give the advantage of the fibre, but also reduce the civil engineering costs.
Now, I'm very interested in what you've just said, Professor Tucker, and I wanted you to talk to me about vectoring, V+, and you've mentioned G.fast, which I think is quite embryonic, but very exciting in some respects. Can we talk a little bit about those three things? Because fibre to the node, to the distribution point, and then using can you tell us about how vectoring and V+ is supposed to work in line with what you've said about G.fast?
Yes. Okay. So vectoring, which is a fine tuning, if you like, of what is known as VDSL, very high speed data transmission, which is an upgrade from today's ADSL.
Yep.
And vectoring is a fine-tuning of a technology that's been around for a while that provides just a little bit extra of capability. And the issue with fibre with ADSL, and in fact with fibre to the node, is that on those copper pairs that go from the node to the homes, a lot of them travel alongside each other in a cable, and there is interference from one to the next. And it's that interference which is a major issue in terms of reducing the capacity of the copper to handle the data. Now, the clever thing about vectoring is that the box in the street knows about all the data going down all those lines, and it's able to, when sending data to your house, and it knows what data is going to another house, it's able to change both of them a little bit to reduce that interference. So vectoring is a fine-tuning of VDSL that gives a little bit of extra capacity out of copper, but it's about at the limit. And the companies that produce vectoring, Alcatel-Lucent, which has recently been taken over by Nokia, they've pointed out that vectoring is about as far as you can go with copper. There's really no way forward in terms of making things any better than vectoring.
And that counts for V Plus too, does it? Which is a Nokia product, as I...
Yes, that's right.
Alcatel product.
Yes, that's
But
right.
the problem is this, and that's great explanation, but the problem is people go, oh, copper twisted pairs are terrible because they're at their limit. But the copper twisted pair across your front garden isn't. And so we have to be very careful in these discussions about, not just saying, oh, it's copper versus silica. It's copper in a certain application over a certain distance with a certain number of channels.
Precisely. So let me continue. To answer the second part of your question, the G-fast technology uses a much shorter length of copper, and very little of it is maybe a small bit of it is travelling next to your neighbours, but most of it is by itself in your front garden. So it's not experiencing interference from other signals, and in addition to that, it's quite short, and so there are fewer losses and other imperfections that affect the capability. So it means that with not very sophisticated electronics in that little box that goes in the street, you can get up to a gigabit from that fibre in the front street along the short length of copper into the home, and so it's much, much better than you could ever get with VDSL.
Thank you very much.
If I may, I'd like to just correct a couple of things that my colleagues have just said.
This is good.
Professor Lowry may have been in another country for the last 30 years, which is unfortunate. But the idea of digging up front lawns for something has been done in this country before. We rolled out gas to every home in the country, which required a dirty great big gas pipe into homes, Professor Lowry. The point is...
Not every home.
I remember when we
Still a lot of places haven't got gas.
It's unfortunate. The
I just have
situation...
to
Can I just
correct you
finish,
there.
please? The point is that in other countries around the world, the idea of putting the fibre up the existing infrastructure is not being done. The fibre is being rolled into houses, around the fences, over concrete work and so forth, using self-install kits and using sheathed fibre. Okay? People need to look at this. There are 3 cities in Europe where the people in the cities actually rolled the fibre themselves out of their homes into the street. Now, I agree with my colleague on the point of fibre to the distribution point. I've written about it in the past. I proposed it in 2013 as an alternative to fibre to the node. And then it could be left up to the homeowner if they wanted to use either the existing copper or to use fibre into the home. Digging up people's front lawns and so forth is a nonsense and is not sensible in this discussion, simply because the gas pipe explanation for the nation's benefit of using gas rather than electricity is justification for doing that. Just quickly a couple of other points. Yes, if I can go back to the self-install kits. There is no reason why people can't self-install the fibre from their home to the street. It's been done overseas. Australians are very competent and capable people. We can do it too. It would move the process of actually rolling this network out much faster. And I think that Australians would get on board if they were given the opportunity. But it means you've got to get the fibre past the homes. And G.fast is a valid alternative to what is being done now. My argument has been and always will be that fibre to the node is unjustified. G.fast is justified. Fibre to premises is justified. My belief is that if you put fibre past houses and say you can either do G.fast or self-install the fibre, 99% of Australians will self-install the fibre.
By self-install, do we mean ring somebody with a van to come around and do it, or do you mean get out with a trenching kit and do it yourself?
Well, you don't need to trench. You can do it yourself, and you don't need to trench.
I can barely even get my router to work some days. What do we mean by self-install?
Well, it simply means that you ask your neighbours if you've got two left thumbs to help, which is what they did in Europe, or you ring a tradesperson to do it, or you do it yourself. And you don't need to trench to do self-install fibre. I mean, it's like everyone that's got electric gates in the front of their houses now. You've got a cable from the electric gate running back to your house. And if you look at how most of those are installed, they're installed around the fence, and they're normally just laid a couple of inches below, below the top around the fence.
It's like installing a bit of retic pipe or something.
That sounds like a roof insulation type disaster. I mean, you have to put
that's
electric
the
cables
standard
in
industry
conduits.
way, Professor
that far
Lowry,
down.
right? That is the standard industry way.
I don't think the cable's going to explode into flame.
I guess one important point to make here. One important point to make here is that the current wiring rules forbid the public to do connections using the copper pairs. The reason being that if they make a mistake and connect a high voltage to it, the high voltage can go into the system and cause damage elsewhere. But fibre, so there's no problem with fibre. It's just glass. And there are no rules, and you can do it yourself.
Yep, absolutely.
But certainly on your electric gates, that's a very highly dangerous situation, because when the wind blows the fence down, it rips the wires out of the connection box, and you've got live wires in the front garden.
They're low voltage, 12 volts, Professor Lowry.
Oh, let's come back to the NBN.
You obviously don't have an electric
my neighbour's
fence,
gate
do you?
never opens.
Let's come back to the NBN.
Yes.
I think we've sort of canvassed global comparisons. I think we've gone to fibre to the distribution point. The question I want to ask around, and hopefully to finish off this question, if you then move to fibre to the distribution point, how future-proofed is that?
It depends exactly how it's installed, but it can be quite future-proof because fibre to the distribution point basically means that the fibre is very close to the home. Right. It might require a little bit of extra fibre to the front fence and then the self-installation process. So it's quite future-proof in the sense that there's not much extra effort to go to fibre to the premises if necessary.
In the future, we will want, and I'm now going to move to Dr. Glance so I can talk about health for a moment. We do want a circumstance where for someone who's ageing in their own home, they will want to have capacity to talk through a television to their nurse who may be, in the same town or not, to talk to have sensors so that people know that people are moving. All the technology that is going to be able to provide very good quality monitoring and care of a person living by themselves in their own home. What capacity is needed for all of those bits, and the bits that we haven't even invented yet, to ensure that someone can live in their own home?
If I may address something, at the Institute we play with a number of futuristic applications in the area of aged care, healthcare kind of things. So we often find a lot of people use 4K video as an example of showing what is the capability of the network. But what we're finding is latency, the time it takes to get a transaction done over the network, is starting to be the major limitation in terms of user experience and ability to deliver serious services. For example, we're trialing a virtual reality as a basis for helping quadriplegic to have a very systematic way of rehearsing their lung exercises, because if they don't stop doing lung breathing exercises, they have a very quick down downward direction in terms of health, because lung fails, heart fails, and very quick things. But we find we're using that as a way of helping them to socialize with people who have similar things, have a group singing, and just having a music interactions online itself requires significant latency restrictions, and we need to provide bandwidth. By providing bandwidth, it in a way deals with that latency issue. So that goes to the same thing with many other healthcare things, because as illustrated earlier on, we click and wait, and it cannot do in that kind of context. And as we have lots of people, in the case of, for example, quadriplegic, it has a very unfair distribution in the regional towns, because a lot of people use roads and they have lots of accidents and as a result of it. But they are the type of services we wanted to do, because it would significantly alter the footprint of the healthcare, for example, or aged care in the future. So I think when we look at actually serious applications on the back of the NBN, we start to see significant expectation on bandwidth, and more importantly, the latency, how long it takes to deliver that bandwidth. And I think that's one of the things, this is my personal thing, we fixated on the architecture and the technology options, rather than saying here is a gold standard that we would like to deliver to Australia in terms of connectivity and the bandwidth, and let the decisions on per city, per area, what is the appropriate technology of delivering it. I think that would probably see a lot of these political footballing out and actually have serious goalposts in terms of deployment. I find it very difficult to see, after the strategic review and after we accepted that we're going to do not fiber to the premises, but we're going to do HFC, I didn't see a step change in terms of deployment plan. It in fact actually still downgraded the projection of NBN. So we're actually delaying the Australians' chance to have access to broadband, even we have relaxed the architectural options, even we have relaxed what's the bandwidth they have to offer to the students. So that is the game that we have to lift. We have to go back to what we promised. Find ways of accelerating. On average, most Australians should have these, and we should reduce the gap between peak and the average speed of connectivity throughout Australia, regardless of what is the individual architectural and technology choices. And once we focus on these are the type of services we're going to deliver, we're going to rely on NBN to deliver mission critical services, we're going to rely on NBN to deliver government healthcare to regional cities, we're going to rely on NBN to activate regional economic and industry development using IoT, then we need to be fixated on making sure as quickly as possible we achieve the original goals of delivering NBN. We should move away from fixating again on architecture, because it changes time to time. NTT figured out fiber to the premises is the way to outpace incoming competitor in 2004 when I was there. So AT&T realized later, because there are demographic and city density, population density changes from country to country, city to city, region to city, village to village. So therefore, it actually complicates that decision. But definitely, if you fixate it on only future-proofing, fiber to the premises wins, and other derivatives. But as a country, I think if we set, these are the metrics NBN should deliver. This is the average connection speed that we aim to do. This will lift our international ranking. Then that's what it is. Then the technology, architecture, and the delivery should be geared towards delivering that goal.
So I think
Dr. Glantz and then Dr.
Yes, thanks.
I think one of the issues as well is that when we talk about capacity and speed, we talk about it in the ideal setting of an individual sitting in a home unaffected by what everybody else is doing. And the truth is that that's not going to be the scenario we're going to see. So whilst people, and this is what we saw in the remote communities using satellite, is that there's contention. And there's the fact that you're competing with somebody whilst you're doing a video conference. And I know there are mechanisms to try and get around this with other types of use of the network. And so if everybody is using video and telehealth and other things in their houses, using Internet of Things to monitor whether somebody has fallen over, then it's the fact that it's not just one isolated house that's doing that, it's a whole neighbourhood. And so when we talk about capacity and these aren't necessarily futuristic things. I mean, we're talking about, I realise that companies use this as a marketing ploy, but 2020 is only 4 years away, that we will see wide-scale deployments of Internet of Things and home monitoring, because we have to. There are no alternatives to that given the current demands on the health system and other infrastructure. So this is really the point, is that it's not just about an isolated person sitting in the home. I might have a 100 megabit connection currently through Telstra Big Pond, but that changes depending on what other people are doing in my street.
What worries me, Dr. Glance, is if we move to having people's lives dependent on a piece of technology, if it fails, the implication is not that, oh, I can't watch the telly. This is a bigger implication. So I live in regional Queensland. I'm a late convert to therapy over the internet, but I have seen, when we were in government actually, we had a little program that provided therapy services for children who had hearing and sight impairment in regional Queensland. And when I saw that therapy being delivered from a therapist who was sitting in Mount Isa with a little girl who was sitting in Townsville, I became a convert. So that's a good thing, but we have to be sure that it's going to work. Because if I've got my dad in a house in a country town, I want to know that the system that's looking after him is foolproof.
Absolutely.
And so that's where I'm up to in the conversation about telehealth. I mean, I've been on Saibai Island in the Torres Strait, closest place to New Guinea, where there is a connection so that a person can get an X-ray in an X-ray machine and be that X-ray of their chest to find out if they've got tuberculosis can be sent to Brisbane. That's a good thing. When it doesn't work, that's a bad thing.
No, absolutely. And so when you're looking for scenarios, again, these are scenarios from the past 10 years. They're not future scenarios of even looking at the great image, through example of radiological imaging. In WA, we were talking about at the time having a centralised scheme of having all radiological images on a central platform to be able to distribute to hospitals or anybody who wanted it from whatever provider. Those are the types of scenarios that you want to be able to deliver today. You cannot do that on the current infrastructure, and you want the ability to be able to do that now, not even in 5 years' time. The images themselves are extremely large files, and absolutely, they're, in terms of even doing that within a hospital over the network, proved problematic within the new hospitals in WA. So it's these are real problems today to achieve things that we should really already be accepting as the normal.
So what I hear a lot in the debate is, let's think about the maximum possible use that someone might have of this network, and let's multiply it by the number of premises in Australia. It's clear from the hospital example that that's the wrong way of thinking, because hospitals don't move. MRI machines don't move. They're huge things. They need lots of infrastructure. Radiology and path labs don't move. They all sit together in a big building. I've got friends in them. And so that's when you need a link from A to B, or A to B to C, or a special dedicated network for that, which you can buy from people who have dark fibre. It doesn't mean that everybody in the home might one day get an MRI machine in the front lounge. For health monitoring, I went for a job interview in 1986, which was a thing where you wore it around your neck and you pressed a button if you'd fallen over. That worked over the old telephone system. And it doesn't require many bits per second to say whether someone's horizontal or vertical. So I think there's got to be some good metrics. Things have got to be fit for use. You've got to decide who needs what, who's in a fixed position, who might pop up. I was talking to some people on the next table last night, and they have a publishing business, and they were complaining that when they download a 500-page textbook with all the beautiful graphics in it, that takes 10 minutes. Well, maybe they need to pay a little bit more than the rest of us. Maybe it ought to be like Uber. that if everybody wants to download their movie at exactly the same time, they have to wait a bit. But with a bit of forethought, they could plan downloading the movie. They could have a cheap night rate, those sort of things. So I agree, shared systems are a bit problematic. I'd love the Monash Freeway to come straight to my front door and my driveway. That would be great. Well, it wouldn't really, but
I wouldn't want
in
that.
reality, the amount of concrete used would mean there would be no room for anyone's house. And it's a bit the same with the NBN, that you can have this dream of providing enormous amounts of bandwidth to everybody every second, on demand, on whim. But it costs an awful lot of money.
Does it?
And it takes an awful lot of
It's
time.
going to cost
Does
them,
it?
It's costing them more to retrofit using HFC and fibre to the node.
Well,
So
not that
I
it,
kinda
not, it's
don't buy that.
costing much less because it's installed. Why rip up something
not.
that
It's
works?
not costing
I don't
much
know if
less.
Okay,
You're wrong.
let's talk
You mean
about
the installed
We're
stuff?
up to $56 billion to
Yes.
patch this thing together that's underway at the moment, which is actually more than Mr Quigley and the original NBN team had estimated was going to cost to put fibre to the premises to 93%.
So wasn't there
of
a
the
report
country.
with a maintenance cost of between 300 and 700 million a year for the copper network, and it was like 200 to 300 million a year for the fibre network?
That's wrong.
They're in
That's
enormous-
wrong.
Telstra
Okay.
admitted it was close to $1 billion. It's for the copper now, Arthur.
Dr. Gregory,
Okay.
can we just unpack this cost question?
If I may, can I just address the medical for a minute?
Okay,
Go back.
we'll do medical for a couple more minutes and
Just-
then go to cost.
The important thing, if I may say, is that we're all too focused on the old things, the old medical alarms and so forth. And that's disappointing because what we're talking about is the future. And the NBN is the future. We're talking about therapy, virtual reality. We're talking about being able to do more. Terabit per second virtual reality systems where people with PTSD or some other type of problem are able to do in-home therapy. You know, we need to move beyond thinking about systems that were connected to telephone lines. There are so many possible ways that we can use the NBN for health and education. And in particular, we're talking about health. There are systems being developed now for group therapy and so forth in a virtual reality world and so on. And it would be good for people in remote Australia to be able to participate in these systems. And that's why I would just like to go back to something I forgot to say. We need to order a third satellite immediately. They take 6 years to get into the air. We need a third one ordered now. It is going to be very evident to most of us by now that those two satellites are going to be heavily congested. I strongly have argued and strongly agree that we should be using those satellites to facilitate connectivity to planes, trains, boats. For two reasons. One is that a person on a plane might be sitting there looking at YouTube, but a person on a plane is equally might be working. And a person on a boat, it's their place of work. And a person on a train or a truck, it's their place of work. They can have health and other problems and they need to talk to their families. You know, I've grown up, and you talk about regional areas. I mean, I used to live on the De Grey River, and that's a place to find on a map. And once you've found it, you'll realise that that's about as far as you can get from anywhere. And we had nothing, right? And if someone got sick, that was it. That was the end of it. So I can only strongly stress that we need more satellite, but we also need to think about the future. And these things are not a dream. These things are being developed today. And I just wish the debate would move past 4K TV and would move past medical monitoring systems that we've had for 50 years.
Okay, thanks for that. Okay, let's go to the question of cost. And there seems to be a difference of opinion about cost. Did you want to talk through this costing debate?
I was going to come to a different question, so I'm happy if you want to take on the cost question.
Let's talk about the cost then.
Can I ask a question about cost?
All right, off you go.
So, gentlemen, in all of our discussions, and we've all got a view, when we talk about cost, I think we have to start from the position of a benchmark. And we all see a data rate that we all, I hope, individually feel is adequate for each premise. Now, I'd like to discuss what the benchmark is and what we think the benchmark should be as of today. We can pontificate about the future later. And what the cost of that should be. And someone suggests to me 53 megabits a second, I think is a figure from you, Professor Tucker. What should we reasonably expect to pay for that? And when I look at the international benchmarks, and we've just discussed this with Dr. Gregory, we talk about, particularly in Aboriginal communities, wanting the health facilities. It's very expensive to the middle of Western Australia, I can tell you, from personal experience. And I take it, Dr. Gregory, that was Goldsworthy you were living in, was it, on the De Grey River?
No, I was living on a station called Warralong.
I know it well. Yes.
Yeah, not far from Goldsworthy.
Yeah. So the point about cost is how much comparison do we make from a demographic point of view and a geography point of view from Australia? Because I think, again, like always, we're pretty unique. The American and European examples, the South Korean example, the Japanese example, I mean, I can virtually walk around some of these countries. Now, you know, we have a huge differential in terms of distance, in terms of services, electricity, etc. But what's a fair thing for our demographic in terms of data rate, and what do we think is a fair cost for that?
I would actually disagree with respect, Senator, about the need to have a set of benchmark for today, because I think that because the world is constantly changing and because there is this constant growth in new technologies emerging and constant growth in the amount of data that's being generated, used and stored, that to set a benchmark at a particular point in time is perhaps not the right way to go about it. We need to think about what the growth needs to be and where we need to be in the future. If we set a benchmark for today and set up technologies that will provide it, we might end up having stranded assets that we can't be upgraded later on.
Professor, tell me how we are supposed to budget for that.
Well, I think what we need to do is we need to think the longer term. We need to think what we want in 2020, 2025.
I have to plan. I've got the forward estimates.
Yes.
I've got to have some.
You do it once, you do it right, you do it with fibre.
Thank you, Stephen. So he's there. He's there after all. He hasn't gone to sleep. Of course, when we talk about costs, we're talking about peak funding. Typically, there's capital cost and there's peak funding, and the peak funding is the maximum amount you spend before the revenue starts to then kick in and bring things back to a point where you're actually making a profit. So it's a long-term issue, and we need to think about the peak funding and how it pans out over a long period of time. And as new services come into play, it's likely that there'll be increased revenues through new services that will generate revenue streams that we haven't thought of today. So, but if you want to think about a benchmark, there have been a number of studies, and I really haven't got time to go into it now, but there have been a number of studies about what bandwidths people need. One of them was done for the Vertigan report, done by Vertigan in 2014. And there was another one which I've referred to recently in some papers I've written, a Van der Vorst, a group in Europe.
A Dutch university.
Yes,
a Dutch university did a good paper.
That's the one, Senator Conroy. It's the Technical University of Eindhoven, and their projections for future demand were more than an order of magnitude higher than what the Vertigan report had projected. And in fact, the Vertigan report had projected bandwidth requirements which were less than what we have today. So it was really quite questionable about whether that was appropriate or not. So there are graphs from these studies done by groups of academics, industry people, sociologists that have looked at future demand and growth. And they've come up with these graphs. And typical numbers would be for 2020, about the time that the NBN will be completed, more than 100 megabits will be required in a typical European country. And of course, the fibre to the node can't provide that. So the danger here is that we're building a network which might be good today in 2016, but by 2020 and certainly by 2025 won't be...
So 100 megabits per premise?
Yes.
Okay, what do we get for that?
What do we get for that?
What does that enable us to do, house by house?
Well, it will enable us to expand our access to the kinds of services we've talked about. Not everyone will use the full 100 megabits, but it will mean that it will be available for those who need it. And we're talking about premises here, so it's businesses as well as homes, the small businesses that will need it for uploading their 3D designs or whatever. There'll be those kinds of capabilities available.
It's kind of the case, isn't it, that not every house uses the maximum electricity that the electricity distribution network provides, but you better install it.
No, we don't provide to each house a wire which is just big enough for the average amount of electricity per house.
Otherwise, you
we
significantly
have electricity wires that are big enough for the maximum.
We're starting to run.
I just want one question around the cost of retrofitting, and is there some way you could point to us to go to find what the cost of retrofitting fibre to the node will be to get the 100 megabits that you're talking about? Rather than talk about it, we're going to get...
To upgrade fibre to the node, you need to then take the fibres all the way to the home, and the cost is the same as it would have been if you'd done it in the first place. And you've got to throw away that box in the street that costs a lot of money, and it's wasted.
Thank you, Professor.
So we've only got you gentlemen for another 10 minutes or so. So I just wondered, while we've got you here, you're in the position of steering policy, given where we are in the electoral cycle, given where the politics are, given the stage of the network build of different kinds of technologies. What's your advice to the government if you get to choose which way to steer the ship from here? Maybe if we could just hear briefly from each of you and keep it as nuggety as you can. What should we do with this network? What would be the smartest thing that we could do from here?
I would say we would keep the HFC. We would patch it up a bit where it's working, and in the future we could go to fibre. I like the GFAST idea. I think meeting at the front gate's a good idea, like the Water Board does with me. I think we should concentrate on areas of the country that don't have reliable internet, and reliability is a key thing. You don't want it to be 95%, as I saw in one report. You want it to be, 5 nines or whatever. And I'd use your money prudently. I'd extend the time frame of the NBN in order to do this. This will give longevity for jobs, which is important in people's lives. I don't see that there is a huge problem in spending money on maintaining things. It keeps people in work. It keeps the network looked after and monitored. So less speed, please.
Less speed?
Less speed in the rollout, but not less speed to the customer, but a sensible use of the net with probably some differential fees on charging for different services, and some software that guarantees that essential services always get priority. So some clever stuff.
Thanks, Professor.
So I think we should definitely make sure the greenfield sites are fibre-ready, fiberized, fibre to the premises. And I think that will prevent us from converting today's greenfield sites into brownfield. And brownfield is a widening gap in terms of what is needed to be deployed, what is not currently deployed. And I haven't seen any real progress in the increase in activating NBN because of the HFC is in the part of the mixer. So I'm not that convinced that whether HFC is actually changing the deployment plan, but anything to accelerate the deployment would be good. Third satellite, but with the new technology of flexible beams, because at the moment fixed beams is the 2 satellites going in. If it is a flexible beam technology, it can be provided to add flexible bandwidth to areas and regions where there is a major issue or a major bandwidth requirement. You can flexibly allocate. So that's probably 3 things I would make.
Thank you.
My message is simple, and that is cancel fibre to the node as soon as possible and replace it with fibre to the premises. And we didn't get into much detail about the costs, but I'd like to correct my colleague as well and point out that on this side, my colleague on this side of the table, that in fact, if we learn from the New Zealanders and work out cheaper ways to install fibre to the premises using more modern techniques than are being used at the moment, that the cost calculations turn out that a fibre to the premises network would not cost much more than fibre to the node. And I'm also in favour of the third satellite, especially now that Qantas is going to start streaming videos on Qantas flights, sapping out the bandwidth from the NBN.
Yeah, I think that, again, I would agree with Professor Tucker on cancelling the situation and responding to the current economic demands that we find ourselves in. All of these decisions that were made even 2 years ago are no longer the case. We have an economy which is in a different situation. We have a Prime Minister asking us to innovate, and we have technologies like Netflix and other companies coming in and changing the landscape about how we use those technologies. If we're going to be expected to do that as an economy, as a public, then we absolutely need that infrastructure to enable that. That may not have been justified 5 years ago or even 2 years ago. It's certainly justified now. We should follow the example of private enterprise, in the case of AT&T, other countries, and change the plan to fit the needs that we see today in the current context in the next 5 to 10 years.
Thank you.
I would reiterate the third satellite as being very important because of the time lag. I believe that the investment in the satellites has been extremely important for regional and remote Australia. I again support fully fibre to the premises. I believe that that it is possible to get the build cost down significantly with approaches that I've seen around the world. As an alternative, I would fall back on fibre to the distribution point. I would cancel fibre to the node as quickly as possible. That would mean yesterday. I would immediately launch a broad committee to review what is to happen to the NBN after 2020, and also to look at what legislation and regulation associated with that would improve competitive environment in Australia for the telecommunications market. I consider the current telecommunications market to be an absolute mess. And so I believe that we need a broad-based review to achieve some sort of working way forward. I think that what we've been hedging around is what's the purpose of the NBN. And so I'd like to conclude by reminding us all that what is the NBN's purpose. I mean, we're spending all this money. And the purpose of the NBN is not just simply to provide people with bits of cable so that they can watch movies. The purpose of the NBN is to take us beyond universal service. It is to take us to what should be known as universal access. We have now moved into an era where every Australian needs to be connected to the digital network reliably, all of the time, at every day. And the problem that we have today is that a large number of Australians can't afford it, or they have no fixed address. They're itinerant, they're homeless, they're the poor, they're the socially and economically disadvantaged. They live in regional remote areas and they live in a shack. And I believe that the reason for the NBN, my reason for the NBN, is that we need to define universal access as being the goal. Now, speed and all the rest of it is one issue, and I agree with that. But the goal of the Australian government has got to be to provide universal access to all Australians to the digital world, for health, for education, to access government services and so forth. And for that reason, I believe that to help facilitate that, because Wi-Fi is a ubiquitous thing that many homeless and itinerant people have, they can't afford mobile cellular, but they have a device that will do Wi-Fi, is that NBN Co should be asked to roll out a national Wi-Fi network, a national wholesale Wi-Fi network immediately. Okay? And as part of that, councils, local government, state, federal governments will be able to facilitate free Wi-Fi access for the homeless, the disadvantaged, the socially and economically disadvantaged. I feel that we're missing the point of the NBN debate. Thank you.
Gentlemen, that's been a very informative session. I very much thank you all for your contributions. I also thank you for the way you've interacted. That's been that's been terrific. I really fear for the Hansard reporters having to work out some of the language that we've used. So you may be contacted by our people trying to understand what a terabyte might be and how to spell it. That's the easy one, I think. But so thank you very much for your contribution today. We'll now have a short break and we'll come back at 11:15. Please join us for a cup of coffee.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Reconvened. Everyone's ready in there? Good to go? So I welcome representatives from Internet Australia. For the Hansard record, could you each give your name and the capacity in which you're appearing today, please?
I'm Laurie Patton and I'm the Chief Executive Officer.
Thank you.
I'm George Fong and I'm the Chair.
And I'm Paul Brooks and I'm the Vice Chair.
Thank you. Do you wish to make an opening statement, Mr. Patton? Thank you.
I would, thank you. So yes, my name's Laurie Patton and I am the Chief Executive of Internet Australia. With me today are our Chair George Fong and our Vice Chair Dr Paul Brooks. Prior to taking on my role with Internet Australia, I spent more than 2 decades as a television executive. I ran a community television station that began continuously live streaming in 2009. Something that the networks are now starting to do, and I'd be happy to talk more about trends in the delivery of audiovisual material in the context of this hearing. Mr Fong is ideally placed to speak about the NBN delivery process, as he will finally be connected on the 17th of this month. Living and working in Ballarat, which is the gateway to regional Western Central Victoria, Mr Fong is also able to talk with authority about the special requirements of people in regional and rural areas, and has worked closely with a number of local regional councils to develop their ICT strategies. He's also Deputy Chancellor of Federation University, which is increasingly developing its learning and teaching strategies based around the ability to use smart and connected technologies. Dr Brooks is a telecommunications engineer and broadcast expert who has been building internet businesses and broadband networks for more than 20 years. He's advised the Department of Communications, ACMA and the ACCC and other similar operators internationally on technology, construction and operational issues. Dr Brooks was Chief Technology Officer for Transact here in Canberra, so he knows firsthand what's required for a wide-scale residential fibre optic and copper broadband network. In relation to the NBN specifically, Dr Brooks was appointed by the Communications Alliance to lead its NBN task force, the telecommunications industry's engagement with the fledgling NBN. So Dr Brooks has the rare, if not unique, benefit of knowing as much about the technology as the learned academics who spoke earlier, while also having considerable experience in the commercial world. Someone sometime today is bound to exclaim, surely this isn't rocket science. Well, you can rest assured that we've come prepared for that contingency. Dr Brooks is indeed our very own rocket scientist. In his spare time, he's also on the board of the Interplanetary Network chapter of the Global Internet Society, where he's working on the next generation of delay and disruption-tolerant networking internet protocols, whatever that is, designed to extend the internet into space. I should note for the record that Internet Australia is the peak body representing internet users. We are a broad member-based not-for-profit, not an industry lobby group. Our mission, helping shape our internet future, is to promote access to the internet for the benefit of the whole community, including business, educational, government and private internet users. We're a chapter of the Global Internet Society, which was established in 1992 by the people who built the internet. The Internet Society is the largest global network of people and organisations focused on the formulation of international internet protocols and regulations. Internet Australia's members hold a range of views about the way in which we can best benefit from the internet. However, we all believe in the fundamentally positive role that the internet is playing and the need for an open, accessible and trustworthy internet. If the internet is to reach its potential for good, it's essential that we make it available to everyone. In the 21st century, to be without access to the internet is like not having other basic services like electricity and water. The ability to participate in our digitally enabled future is a basic right of all Australians. Gaining employment and engaging in a wide range of community activities will increasingly require digital skills and internet access. We need to build our economic and social future around a connected world where everyone has access to the internet and knows how to use it. Innovation is much talked about these days, especially in this place. But how can we expect to become a leading player in a digitally enabled world without a world-class broadband network? The fundamental question that must be asked is, what sort of broadband capabilities are we likely to need, both in the immediate future and beyond? My colleagues will address from a technical point of view this issue shortly. However, here are some indicators of the forces that are at play. We've seen streaming video platforms, Netflix, Presto and Stan, launched here in the past 12 months. They've already had an impact on network congestion, according to a range of reports. It's now been announced that Netflix intends to produce 600 hours of 4K programming, ultra-high definition television. It won't be long before Australian consumers expect to be able to receive this content. Gradually, all the capital city free-to-air television networks are adding live streaming of their terrestrial channels. The Interactive Games and Entertainment Association reports a continuing trend of double-digit growth year on year as consumers increasingly become accustomed to purchasing downloadable versions of games, not to mention playing them live. Oh, the internet, oops, sorry, I've just lost my place there. Can you find me again, please? I won't be a second.
It's that reliability.
The Internet of Things, yes, that's what happens, like technology. The Internet of Things, sometimes called the industrial internet, is creating a plethora of new products, both for commercial and private use. Each of these devices requires internet access. Government departments and agencies are increasingly moving to online delivery of services. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The provision of health services and education is being revolutionised, courtesy of products that rely on fast broadband. Banking, shopping and numerous other business activities that were traditionally done face-to-face are moving online. And of course there's virtual reality and augmented reality about to revolutionise everything from gaming to a range of commercial applications. A moment ago I referred to our need to compete internationally. In that regard, it's worth noting a report out of the UK called Ultra Fast Britain. This report was released by the Institute of Directors, a group you would presume to have taken a fairly even-handed approach to this issue. The report calls for households and businesses to have access to internet speeds of 10 gigabits per second by 2030. That might sound ambitious, but it gives us a clue to the sort of speeds we might eventually need to provide if we want to keep up with comparable countries. Either of my colleagues could expand on this if you want to pursue that issue. Included in the report I just referred to, it found that 78% of UK company directors believe that significantly faster broadband speeds would increase their company's productivity. 60% thought it would make their businesses more competitive. In preparing for our appearance here today, we carried out a survey of our members, and We only had about 50 respondents because we only did it over the weekend, and we certainly wouldn't regard this as being scientifically rigorous, but the results certainly match the anecdotal evidence that we regularly receive from our members, many of whom are ISPs and most of whom are very technically literate. In terms of overall satisfaction with the NBN, we didn't get anyone who was satisfied. 20% were neutral, 43% were dissatisfied, and 47% were very dissatisfied. In terms of the the multi-technology mix, 4% were satisfied, 16% were neutral, 47% were dissatisfied, and 33% were very dissatisfied. And in terms of NBN speeds being sufficient for customer needs in 5 to 10 years, 6% said yes, 78% said no, and 16% said they don't know. So in summary, the view of Internet Australia was we need to take the politics out of the NBN and adopt the Nike principle. Just do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patton. Did Mr. Fong and Dr. Brooks, did you want to make any additional comments?
I think just what I'd like to do is just open by talking about our experiences in Ballarat, which have been very positive. It's been a hard battle to get things into place. Very early on, regional Victoria recognised the fact that we needed a better broadband solution. And in Ballarat, we've been fairly lucky. I started a small ISP in 1994 in the dial-up days, and we were hoping to get maybe 20 customers by the end of the first quarter and basically subsidise our own internet at home. We got those numbers within the first week, and we were out of control for 6 years trying to keep up with demand. There was a very articulate and very urgent response to the technologies that we were putting down, and we didn't realise what we were getting into. One of the examples of that was that the district liaison principal of Ararat, which is a town up the road from Ballarat, sat on my doorstep for 2 weeks asking us when we were going to come up to Ararat to hook them up. The council came down to us and said, "We will house your equipment, just get up here." And in those days, the VicTaz planning for Telstra was based in Ballarat, and they assisted us in designing how we were to go up there. The district liaison principal didn't talk to me for about a year after that, and when we did finally catch up after we had sold the company 6 years later, he said he was afraid that he was going to drive us broke by sending us up there. The result was that there was an extremely high uptake of dial-up in Ararat, in Ballarat, in Horsham, and around the region, and it never stopped. It was inexorable, and we had to use all sorts of ways around local call problems. We used a technology called CDNO to divert calls to exchanges so everybody got a local call. Telstra didn't like it, but the ACCC says, nope, not until you bring something else in. So from a very early stage, we were aware that this technology was, to use a hackneyed phrase, transformative of the regions. And we've continued on that process. I've been involved with the Grampians Rural Health Alliance Network, which is a network that stretches from the suburbs of Melbourne to the borders of South Australia. And that health network has formed the backbone of all of the allied health services in that region. And it's been a fundamental part of how things have been done. Of the NBN, we believe that the NBN is not just timely, but it's a catch-up process for us. We had, for a very long time, been trying to say to people, we need better, and it was quite clear in our regions that the commercial market wasn't addressing our needs. When the National Broadband Network as a concept came out, I think it was greeted with great enthusiasm by many people in regional areas. The market had simply failed us. As a result of that, many of the local regional councils came to us and said, look, what do we do? What do we need to do to try and get this sort of technology in? It was an unfocused but enthusiastic response. Over time, we have helped them manage to focus not on an ICT strategy, but on social and economic strategies which have a component of ICT within them. And I think that's been fairly effective. But there has been a very patient wait in many of those councils for this technology to arrive. And I'll talk later about Warrnambool, where we are redoing their ICT strategy at this point in time. And of course, Warrnambool is a classic example of where, when you take away valuable telecommunications, in this case, it was an exchange fire that took them out. The case study in terms of the impact on that community was profound. Ballarat itself is a reasonably good story as far as the early rollout of NBN is concerned, but it wasn't without its problems, and I will again address some of those issues that NBN Co faced up to and dealt with during the rollout in the brownfields areas especially. I'll stop there and I'll let Paul.
Yeah, thank you. We hear a lot in the debate on this topic about technologies and about download speeds. We'd like to focus on other aspects of the technology choice, and primarily on the experiences that your average man on the street, man and woman on the street, and customers have of these networks. I understand how the technologies all work. I understand the trade-offs and the pros and cons of them all. But we have this unnatural fixation on download speed as a determinant of what people are getting. Increasingly, more and more people are looking for upload speed, not download speed, for what they do. That would fix Senator Ludlam and your problem with uploading those files to Sweden. And every other small business in this country could do with a focus on upstream speed, not downstream speed, because that ultimately affects the services they provide. Every wedding photographer that's working out of their home doing their video image processing and then having to send their portfolio out to their customers understands how frustrating it is to be limited by a technology which is fundamentally throttled in terms of the amount of information they can send, not just passively receive. So it's not about 4K video, it's about being able to produce content, being able to send out information. Not just content in terms of video content, but things like the robustness and improvement in security for all of Australia's businesses if people could routinely use off-site backups for their computers and have their content streaming securely away from their premises so that if the computer gets stolen overnight or the place burns down, they still have all of their business records. Most businesses smaller than a certain size do their backups by plugging an external hard drive into a port on the back of the computer, leaving it on top of the computer, and it burns down with the computer when the premises goes down. Universal broadband, which is close to symmetric in terms of the outbound capacity they could do, would have a huge impact on business community and the residential community for this country. With the infrastructure experience for people getting connected, there is a real problem with the perception of NBN connections. It's not entirely NBN's fault, but it's something that NBN can improve. We have a situation where NBN gives information to contractors and the contractors turn up at the customer's house. NBN also gives information to ISPs. The ISPs give information to the end users. End users aren't allowed to talk to NBN Co, and they don't get to talk to the contractor until the contractor turns up. So you end up with the situation at people's houses where you have a contractor who's given information from one party and an end user who has information they can barely understand from an ISP who may or may not have interpreted the information from NBN correctly, trying to drill holes in the wall and actually install the technology. And there are some absolute horror stories out there of botched installations for where contractors, for want of a better word, are essentially telling the customer whatever they need to tell them to get the most expedient, shortest possible time frame for an install, and installing big boxes of flashing lights in the middle of the formal lounge room wall, completely contrary to the installation instructions provided by NBN Co in many cases. So we'd like to see a much better coordination of information flow and much better enforcement of standards and inspections by NBN Co of end-user installations, because the end result of all that is people out in the wider community are getting horrendous installations if the contractor turns up on time. They have no idea when they're going to get connected. In many cases, they have no idea what they're going to get connected with, because that is not explained to them beforehand. And in terms of one of the trade-offs with a fibre network compared to a fibre to the node or a copper-based network or even HFC, these other technologies are highly variable in what they deliver. And in general, a customer has no idea what they might be able to get until somebody actually turns up and connects it up, suck it and see. So we have a real problem at the moment with customers that are signing up with ISPs for speeds that they're actually unable to arrange and to achieve once the thing gets turned on. Technician turns up, connects up the service, finds out they can only get, let's say they signed up for 140 and the connection can only do 70. They're now in a situation where they need to negotiate with the ISP to somehow subscribe to a lower base tier because they've subscribed to a more costly speed tier that they can't actually achieve and get. And many ISPs are not allowing that downgrade to happen, and so people end up paying for a lot more than what they can actually physically receive. On a fibre network, that doesn't happen because it essentially has infinite capacity, and so you can guarantee that whatever the customer ordered is what the customer is going to get, and the customer knows this before anyone turns up to the house. HFC, fibre to the node, any of these other technologies, the customer fundamentally has no idea what they're going to be able to achieve, and whether they will what they will achieve is actually what they will be able to use and what they need for their use case. One of the issues that is going to raise its head, and I suspect this committee might see this more and more, is installations into apartment buildings. They are an area where the NBN rollout has largely bypassed, and to be fair, HFC cable networks are largely bypassed apartment buildings as well, and things like that. There is a real issue. Communications Alliance is trying to address it at the moment with some standards where fibre to the node installations, where there is a fibre to the basement and a box of electronics in the basement using existing copper wiring up the building. You get 2 of those or 3 of those running in the same building, and they will cross-interfere with each other in the same way that DSL does in the streets. Net result of that is that customers who sign up for a certain package and get a certain speed when they first sign up, over time, over the next 2, 5, 10 years, their speeds are actually going to degrade, and they will get less and less and less service over times where in fact what they will probably be needing is more and more and more service. That unpredictability and that variability I think is something that is going to bite us in future years. HFC has the same issue, and HFC, NBN Co aren't providing it. One of the issues with the cable networks is that there are many houses in the cable footprint that are not connected, do not have a cable, do not have access to the technology. I'm in a fairly residential leafy suburb of Sydney. I've got people in a stone's throw who have no fixed line broadband at all. They're too far from the exchange to get DSL, and they didn't run any cable connection down their cul-de-sac, or their driveway was too long because they're on a battle axe block, and they're trying to struggle on with a cellular dongle because that's the only broadband their house can get. We've got to ensure that NBN Co not only does the technology change that they need to make at the head end to enable the technology to work, but also extends the cable, runs new infrastructure through the streets, down the long driveways, into the cul-de-sacs and into the pockets where the cable connections were never run in the first deployments. It won't be acceptable for there to be 6 houses down the end of a cul-de-sac that still can't connect to any broadband network. I'll leave that there, and we'll take some questions on some other issues if you wish.
Thank you. Thank you. There's a myriad of questions. Can I know it's sort of taking the last point first. These installation problems, are people coming to you, your organisation, to make complaints? Is that how you're hearing them, or you just because you're immersed in it?
We're immersed in it. We get reports from users. Hey, this is what my experience. There are a number of online forums where people talk about their experiences and things like that. I've been involved in some consultancies where we've tried to collate some of these experiences and feed them back into the process so that the processes can be improved. But it's still an issue. There are official forums where people can, say, complain to the TIO and things like that. But a lot of it is out there is simply people looking for advice. I think I'm going to get connected to the NBN. What should I expect? What can I expect? And what they're telling us is that they're not getting any information they can use from their ISP. And we have an information flow which is basically mandated where end users are not allowed to talk to NBN Co. NBN Co. does not talk directly to end users. Sometimes they hold community forums in an area where there's a network about to be rolled out. But what's supposed to happen is NBN provides all the information to the ISP, and the end customer asks their ISP, because they're the guys that are getting billed at the end of the day, and the ISP is supposed to know everything. But the reality is that's not working. And so people are being left in the dark about what they can expect, and they don't know enough to know when the guy turns up at the house and does something which is actually fundamentally wrong, or tells them, oh, we can't connect you because you haven't got line of sight to the antenna, and things like that. They don't know enough. There's no knowledgeable person that they can call in to say, hey, this can't be right, can it? And so we end up fielding a lot of those emails that have come in and say, what's going on, what should be happening here?
So what's the formal complaints mechanism, and is it working?
I don't think there is one.
Senators, I might just describe the experiences that we've had in Ballarat, which I have been involved with at a fairly intimate level. The reasons why are unclear, in the sense that I've had a role in technology in Ballarat for a very long time, so I was a natural lightning rod for a whole number of things. And old ladies and men who have been on our system years ago ring me and say, what do we do? And I give them the advice. I've also had a fairly close relationship with the community management teams in Melbourne of NBN Co, and I think it's fair to say that sometimes we are on the phone together on an almost daily basis. My discussions with the City Council have been fairly important to me in terms of learning what's going on the ground, and certainly civil and planning issues have been a major issue in Ballarat. I think it was advertised in the papers that there were quite literally thousands of remediation notices issued in Ballarat because of what's effectively second-rate work that was done by contractors. And in many cases, either the contractors had to come back or there needed to be some sort of compensatory processes to fix the problems. And bear in mind, Ballarat's a heritage city, so effectively the areas that were affected tended to have a magnified impact on the residents. So what happened was that it was clear to us that some of the people in NBN Co weren't necessarily tuned into the people that were actually doing the rollouts, and the complaints weren't going through the right channel. So we short-circuited that process, and there was quite literally a team appointed from NBN Co to meet with the council on a regular basis to actually work out what the problems were. It was painful, and at times it was very tense and combative between the two groups. But over time, the council and NBN Co worked out a situation as to how to fix those problems. And the message from the City Council that I'm able to carry is that it was a successful and good outcome, and everything that we learned, we hope, will be passed on to other towns. Now, in terms of communications, up and down the Western Highway in the earlier days of the rollout, we had very difficult times talking to councils saying we're not going to be in the NBN footprint, we're not going to get NBN. And we had to remind them constantly that the uncontroversial promise of the NBN is 100% coverage in time. And so what we had was a need to try and dispel some of the myths about what this rollout was all about. And I spent a lot of time doing that, talking to councils and talking to groups. And then NBN Co, for instance, would need to talk to people, and they said, how are we going to do this, on a wholesale basis? They did hold roadshows in Ballarat. They did so on a regular basis. They did talk regularly to council. And what we did as Internet Australia, we actually had a round table, and we brought business and community groups together in order to apprise them of what we thought was going to happen as far as the NBN was concerned. And that was fairly effective. And what we now have is a communications channel that says if NBN is going to do something major, like turn off copper, what we will do is bring them around a round table of business and community groups and council and say, let's plan this out. Your job as a business group, your job as a community group is to go back through your stakeholders and make sure that they are informed. We're never going to hit 100%, but that sort of process takes place, and we have engagement with the local media. And I had until the end of this last year a weekly slot on ABC Regional where I was able to talk about these issues. And it was very fortunate that we had that, so we could do those sorts of things objectively. So that process for us is now being reflected in other towns, I'd have to say that we're probably luckier than most, and certainly in terms of some suburbs where there isn't that ability to pull these sorts of groups together, might face different challenges. But certainly in Ballarat, we've been quite fortunate to be able to forge through that process and have a concentrated attempt in creating that relationship with NBN Co, which we think has been very important.
Yeah, I think the takeaway from that is that, well, Ballarat's been very fortunate having people like George and people putting their voluntary time in as community leaders to try to mix and match and pull the people who know what's going on together to talk to the people who want to know. That's not happening universally around the country.
That would be my observation as well. I think you're pretty unique. Yeah.
I think this goes back to the beginning process of setting up the NBN, and what we're now coming to is the point where there is actually a lot of signing up of customers starting to occur. I remember going back 4 or 5 years that in talking to NBN, it was the view of NBN that it wasn't their job to promote broadband. That was the job of the RSPs, and many of the RSPs, of course, are ISPs, and many of them are our members. It's interesting just to reflect that with the data retention legislation, one of the problems that we're facing there is that nobody actually knows how many ISPs there are, but we think there's more than 400. Now, what we've really got now is a situation where NBN is building something, but it's actually 400 different organisations who are then going to have to deliver it. And I think where NBN could probably be more helpful now that they're actually rolling out is to actually engage more with the RSPs so that people do actually know it's coming, and probably they've got a multitude of different sources. The cable is going to come to their house, but they can purchase access from a multitude of different people. They're the people that should be solving their problems, but as George and Paul explained earlier, they're not in possession of the knowledge to be able to really assist their customers. And I think Paul and George is right that Ballarat's been very lucky that they've got the chair of the of Internet Australia. Otherwise, that probably wouldn't be happening there.
Can you come and live in my town for a while?
As a former ISP, I think I can say quite genuinely that ISPs can tend to be laggards in this area. They don't want to do anything until it's absolutely necessary to do it, and that's been part of the problem. And I do know that members of the community engagement teams within NBN Co have been frustrated with that process of talking to the RSPs and trying to pull them up. There was an incident about 18 months ago where I berated the ISPs publicly on radio, and one rather large telco, the rep of one rather large telco, tore strips off me for saying that I wasn't allowed to talk about his particular company in that context, and they've done a lot. It was 3 months down the track before he attacked me, and I noticed there was a far more junk mail going into people's post boxes. So I thought that was a reasonable outcome, even though the response was somewhat combative. It's interesting that same person was in the papers, the local courier, the courier.com.au, our local paper, saying that Telstra has now experienced a surge in data usage in Ballarat as a result of NBN being hooked up. And that was said in an article, I think it was yesterday, in the Courier yesterday. Now that to me indicates that we are starting to make a progress in terms of what is going on the ground. And people are starting to take up this technology. We have clear evidence of people saying, I'm going to buy a house somewhere, where's the NBN? And that sort of thing is happening. We have businesses that are starting to think differently. And again, as part of our very good fortune, my business is on the Ballarat Technology Park Central, which is a building in the CBD. For some years, we have been arguing with NBN Co as to how they were going to roll out the fibre in this building, because we thought it was going to be what's known as an MDU, or a multi-dwelling unit. They classified it as complex, which means they didn't know what to do with it. And that's fair enough. I mean, this is challenging stuff. At the end of the day, we managed to negotiate a situation where they have put an NTD in every single suite of the building, and that, as a technology park, is a huge advance in what those companies can do in that building. As far as that's concerned, what we're looking at is investment. This network is an investment over a long period of time, and we need to take advantage of it. People keep talking about costs. You know, from a regional point of view, we're not looking at that. We're looking at the investment and the amortisation over that investment over 20, 30, 40, 50 years. We do get frustrated when we hear about the fact that it's going to cost this much to put this technology and cost that much to put that technology in. It's a real problem when we are seeing changes happen on the ground as a result of the technology being rolled out.
Thank you. Okay, I've got one more question and I'll hand over to my colleagues. Do you have a formal relationship either with NBN as your organisation, with NBN Co or with government in terms of a way of communicating?
Not formally with NBN Co. We're not a service provider.
No. But you're the representative body of internet users.
That's
so you're
correct.
representing me.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
I can come to you and you can tell somebody something.
But in terms of NBN Co, so can whoever your ISP might be at home. We certainly, individuals within the organisation have ties in with individuals with NBN Co, so it's more of an informal feedback mechanism and information flow. Formally, no. We have formal ties in through ACAN, the consumer representative body, and I was here last week, I think, talking at the ACAN event, talking about end user experiences with broadband for that sort of thing. So that's where some of that feeds through.
That makes sense.
We do actually deal with them quite regularly in terms of keeping them appraised of what we're saying, and they actually give us a heads up as to things they're doing, like, for example, the $40 million employment program. We talk about those sorts of things, so we do have a very good relationship with them, and I do certainly talk to them regularly.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Senator Ludlam?
Yeah, if I could, we're a bit short of time, so I guess I've only got a couple of quick questions to put to you. Mr. Brooks, or Dr. Brooks, you spoke of a fibre network having essentially infinite capacity,
yes.
Unless I heard you wrong. That's a pretty big call.
Yes.
Do you want to just, in non-technical terms, explain why you'd make a call as big as that? Yep. Infinite capacity. Maybe I'll just I've got 3 questions for you, and whoever wants to take them on, please be welcome to do so. The second one, I guess, I'm maybe kind of pinching some of Senator Johnson's thunder a little bit around what will we use this network for? Because we've been kind of buried in this engineering debate for as long as I've been involved in what will we build, what will it cost, where will it go. But the question of what will we use it for, with the least number of references to higher definition television that you can manage, would be fantastic. And the third question being, if you are suddenly in control of the executives, you're on the Treasury bench and you can choose what to do from here in the here and now, what's your advice to the committee? Just 3 real easy questions for you.
Excellent. I'll take the first one. Once you have the glass in the ground, the speed that it can do is governed entirely by the boxes at the end, and you can swap those over for about 5% of the capex of the network. I'm currently working in the submarine cable industry. The same thing happens for submarine cables. We've seen submarine cables, the glass on the ocean bed last for 30 years. You can upgrade the equipment on the end 5, 6, 7 times and have it 1,000 times more capacity at the end than you have at the beginning. With the fibre to the premises rollout using GPON technology, that was able to provide anything up to 1 gigabit per second per house.
How does that compare to present-day internet speeds on VDSL in Australia?
10 times faster.
10 times?
Yeah. VDSL 2 is essentially limited to about 100 to 110 megabits per second, no more if you are very close to the node. If you are 500 metres to 1,000 metres away from the node, you'll only get maximum 50, maybe 60. So you'll be prevented from ordering any speed faster than that, and it will not be upgradable to anything. It will need to be ripped out to be able to do anything faster.
Okay.
Now, that may not need to be done for 5 years, maybe 10 years. It'll guaranteed need to be done for 15. With fibre, we're already seeing services in Singapore and Hong Kong rolled up with the next generation of PON technology, 10 gig PON. So they're now offering 10 gigabit residential services in Singapore and Hong Kong using the next generation of hardware to what we've put into the fibre of the premises today. All NBN Co would need to do right now is switch a purchase order, and that service would be available on the Australian the Australian fibre plant that's being deployed for fibre of the premises today. The next evolvement from there is what's called WDM PON, Wave Division Multiplexing still a passive one, uses exactly the same glass in the ground, but effectively gives each customer their own dedicated colour, their own dedicated wavelength. That's a game changer because on a optical networking perspective, we're now running 100 gigabits to 200 gigabits per wavelength.
Wow.
And that technology would effectively allow us to deliver not just 1 gigabit, but 200 gigabits to every single house that's connected to a fibre network with no more capital expenditure than an extra 5 or 10% of what's being rolled out now to change the boxes at the head end and the boxes in the house.
Can I pre-order mine in green? Is that
Sorry?
Can I pre-order mine in green?
You can have it whichever colour you like. They'll generally be colours in infrared, so you won't be able to see it anyway.
Okay. So tell us about what people would use these very, very rapid speeds for. And again, the fewer references you can manage to work into television, the better.
I'm going to mention 4K once,
okay.
And I'm going to make the observation that a few years ago a former Prime Minister said, I'm not going to build a broadband network so that people can watch television.
Correct. That's what I'm trying to get us away
right,
from.
yes. However, people are watching television on it, and 4K will come and 8K will come. And we're already hearing examples of people finding it difficult to do other things on the internet because of the congestion. So Paul's comments about speed are really important. In terms of what people are going to use it for, as I said in my introductory remarks, there's a lot of talk about us becoming an innovation nation. And on both sides of the House there are people that I'm well acquainted with who are traipsing around the world looking at how we're going to compete as a hub for innovation. And as Paul just related the story in Singapore, we keep talking about Singapore and Israel. They're building broadband networks that will leave us behind. The sort of things that it's going to be used for that are really, really going to be important are for health and education, particularly in regional areas. Television will be there, but there are so many other uses that we need the speed, and we need, as Paul said earlier, we need the upload speeds because it's not just about sitting there and passively watching television. We don't know what the future will be, but what we do know is the speeds and the capabilities that we're building now are clearly being recognised as inadequate around the world.
If I can use an analogy, every single car on the market in Australia has a speedo that goes up to around 190, 200, 220. We don't expect to ever use the car to that level. But imagine how limiting it would be to the Australian economy if every single car on the market had a speedo that went to 65 because the speed limit in the majority is 60 and nobody could ever go any faster than that or use it for anything more. It's about making sure that the headroom is so far ahead of what we are likely to need that people can use seamlessly whatever the amount is that they need. The US government, I think it was the National Institute of Science and Technology, I think it was, came up with a brilliant definition of what broadband was, and this was 10 years ago. Broadband to a house is whatever speed you need so that your link to your house is not the bottleneck. Right? You can effectively breathe without having to, and do whatever you need to do without having to worry about whether the capacity is there or not, because it means your energy can then be focused on achieving the goals of your business, achieving the goals of whatever it is you're trying to do, and not worried about whether you can't get to do it because your son's uploading something to YouTube at the time and you've got to wait 2 hours to upload your CAD file to something that's creating the next generation pen or whatever the product might be.
Quick case in point, in our tiny little data centre in Ballarat, we host medical practice systems and patient data for medical specialists in Melbourne. Half of those medical specialists complain about how slow our system is. It isn't slow, they've got ADSL. Those who have faster speeds are able to go into places like operating theatres, log into our systems and see their patient data on an almost immediate basis and then come out again. And that's wherever they are. And businesses are moving their services into the cloud. They're moving their equipment away and saying, we don't want it there. We want it somewhere where we can reach it and we need those speeds.
Concrete example, offline backups that I talked about before. My business, I run from my home most of the time. I have my business records as a consultancy. I set up an offline backup up to Google Cloud to use the cloud and use the technologies. I set this up in November and it told me that my backup would be finished around the 16th of March 2017 because our upstream speeds are so woeful on the networks that we have. If my house burns down and I need to pull that information back and restore my business records, it will happen faster than that, but it may take 2 weeks at current network speeds to pull that information down. Now, I'm not running a video business. They're simple PDFs and reports and accounting records and that sort of stuff. And what it's stored on has about the average amount of storage capacity of your average PC these days that you buy in the shop. But broadband speeds we have currently are too slow to use offline backup of records in either direction in any sort of meaningful way. You have to be attached to a university with a 100 gig connection to actually have that happen in a reasonable time. So I think we need to move away from applications that are interactive, people generated. More and more we're having machines that are generating files and information automatically and wanting to transfer that to another thing automatically. It's Internet of Things, machine-to-machine communication. It's no longer about being able to download a video in the time it takes to watch a video. It's about having your machine scanning a coffee cup and things like that and being able to send that out in less time than it actually takes to make one or go to the shop and buy one.
Well, I thank all three of you gentlemen for such a legible description. It actually helps to speak of this stuff in plain English. And in the limited time we've got left, if you want to just switch the conversation across to politics, what would you have the Parliament do?
Deploy fibre.
I think we'd probably take the view that we've taken with innovation, where Internet Australia has called for a bipartisan digital future forum. The thing that makes Singapore, Israel, countries like that so superior as technology hubs is because they have a bipartisan strategy. And I know that this is an unrealistic expectation perhaps between now and the election, but after the election, I think what we would like is, in the case of both innovation and specifically the NBN, for there to be a rethink. And I think the point is that the leak yesterday, which is being disputed as these things are, clearly indicating that there are game-changing technologies, and it's time we came together, took the politics out, do as Nike do, and let's just do it.
I think my view would be that that stop talking about cost, start talking about investment, and we need to think investment in capital infrastructure, not over a 2, 3 or 4 year period, but 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Now, if we took that different view and we looked at, for instance, the investment in FTTN, inevitably we will need to factor in the fact that it's going to go away. So if we were to sit down and look at a non-political, technical and economic analysis over that period rather than over shorter periods, I think I'm reasonably confident that fibre would not fare badly in that conversation.
Yeah, we understand there's a business case, but the business case for technologies that are not fibre should take into account the upgrade cost to make it fibre within 10 years as part of working out what the actual cost per home is to deploy that technology now. And if you add that cost into the deployment cost of the original technology and then make a choice as to which one is the most cost-effective one to roll out, that would really be taking a true view of what a broadband network for the benefit of the country actually is.
That's great. I'm done.
Thank you so much. We are running very close to time. Please.
Mr Patton, just tell us a little bit about Internet Australia. You have obviously constituents or members. How many members do you have? What's your source of funding? I'm interested to know whether you have an R&D budget or anything of that nature. And then I've got one more question before we finish.
Okay, I'm conscious of time, I'll be very quick. So I get paid for 3 days a week. That's the only staff. We have an incredibly talented board, as you can see. We have members in the hundreds, not the thousands, although we do have, over the last year, we've had an increase in the number of organisational members. We're very small. I don't think my colleagues will object too much if I say that we probably were under-utilising our activities till about a year or so ago. The significant part is that we are the Australian chapter of the Global Internet Society, which, as I indicated earlier, is actually the organisation that's vitally involved in things like the ICANN transition, which is to do with changing the way the internet is governed globally, and we are part of that, and our board members are intimately involved in that. So we have a very high level involvement internationally, much less so here in recent times. We don't have any budget for anything, so I'm more than happy to have some. But we have a very good relationship with universities, and my chairman is just pointing out that one of the things that we did a little while ago with the assistance of Senator Ludlam and a representative from each of the other major parties is we've created Parliamentary Friends of the Internet. And the idea of that is to be able to use Chatham House rule to be able to get members of Parliament in with experts in a room and just talk about the sort of things that we've talked about now. So that we obviously have very strong views. Our members have even stronger views about where we should be going in terms of technology. What we principally want to do as Internet Australia is to create a forum for informed debate so that we at least understand the technology that we're talking about, not just the politics.
And education.
Okay, my last question was about cost, because on our side of the table over here, cost is a 4-year equation with budgetary process. We're talking obviously something like a weapons system, chasing technology out of the long period, the delivery of ships or something like that. I just wanted to mention that. I don't want to ask a question about it, but the difficulty for government, I think you might acknowledge, is that we are chasing our tail whilst this runaway technological change is occurring and moving the pendulum left and right in terms of the cost of delivery of the new technology. Now, government is confronted, I think, with a serious issue of trying to quantify, in a reasonable sense, the future cost of achieving these things. I'm interested whether you have at the forefront, very briefly, of your minds, a solution to that problem.
I think firstly, Senator, I think Dr. Brooks nailed it pretty well when he indicated the fact that if we build fibre, it doesn't need upgrade costs of great significance. I think the issue that we would put is that it's actually a bit like roads and rail. We didn't argue whether we needed roads and we didn't argue whether we needed rail. In terms of your analogy of warships, yeah, the technology there is changing, but you can put new technology in old boats. You can rely on fibre to be. I mean, it's fit for purpose, and it will be fit in 15 years' time. That's why we say, let's build it now.
Senator, I sympathise with the issue, the dilemma that the government is facing. But the problem is not a negotiable one in the sense that this technology needs to last. This is a nation-building project. It needs to last for a very long period of time, just like the original copper network done. And it's done its job, but it's now ended. There is a need, obviously, to plan within those 4 years, but the original vision of a national broadband network was always going to go beyond those terms. And there isn't any other way of looking at it. Private companies such as Verizon and AT&T, as Mark Gregory had talked about, are now investing long term. And the original cable networks were built by power companies that looked at that amortisation over 30, 40, 50-year periods. So without trying to dismiss the point, I fully understand the point. The fact of the matter is that we need to build for that length of time. And if we don't plan for that, then we will constantly be coming back saying, what are we going to do next?
Yeah,
Thank you, gentlemen.
We didn't plan the Highway 1 between Melbourne through to Sydney through to Brisbane on a 4-year cycle, and the upgrade of the Sydney to Brisbane bit has been, I think, at least a 15 to 20-year type program that I can recall that I've been driving up and down there. We didn't fund that on a 4-year cycle either. We shouldn't be thinking about funding our national communications infrastructure on a 4-year cycle. It's a 40-year investment, and that's the time frame that we need to be thinking about the expenditure.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your evidence today, and the Hansard people may be in touch to get some technical terms clarified. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's good. So, So I now welcome representatives from Chorus New Zealand by video conference. Can you hear us over there across the ditch?
We can.
Fantastic, that's great. Before we begin, I must advise you that as you are providing evidence from a foreign jurisdiction, this is something new to me as well, your evidence cannot be protected by parliamentary privilege. However, as you are giving evidence voluntarily, you may at any time make a request to be heard in camera if you have any concerns that your evidence may cause you harm. Did you understand that?
Yes, we do.
Thank you very much. So for the Hansard record, could you each please give your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Rosalie Nelson. I'm head of Market Insight for Chorus New Zealand. My background has been as an international research director and consultant both in Europe, Asia Pacific and then New Zealand.
Thank you.
My name is Kurt. Rogers. I'm Chorus's Network Strategy Manager, and I'm an engineer with 20 years experience building fixed and mobile networks in Europe and New Zealand.
Terrific. Thank you very much for that. Could you make a brief opening statement before we go to questions then, please? Thank you.
Certainly. Look, perhaps what might help is to just give a little bit of history to New Zealand's ultra-fast broadband project, which may provide some context and also perhaps help underline where there are areas of differences with the national broadband network in Australia. So, first of all, if we went back to 2008, that was a time when Chorus, as part of the then Telecom, began to roll out its fibre to the node network that was capable of delivering VDSL. Now, this was part of an incumbent agreement with the government, and what that meant was that roughly 60% of our broadband lines were capable of high speed. A change of government then led to a new ultra-fast broadband initiative, which was based on fibre to the premise. And this was to go to 75% of New Zealanders. There is now a plan to take it to 80%. And it was conducted on a tender process across 33 regions. So the incumbent, Telecom at the time, won 69% of those regions, and that included the cities of Auckland, Wellington and Dunedin, but there were also 3 other local fibre companies that picked up, for example, Christchurch and Hamilton in the Waikato. And I think the 3 or 4 areas where this program is fundamentally different perhaps from Australia, the government committed $1.35 billion to this program. And this was an interest-free loan rather than a subsidy. So the idea was that there was a fairly complex refunding mechanism that was part of it. It is a public-private partnership. So perhaps in its simplest terms, for where Chorus is concerned, every $1 we receive from government is an interest-free loan. We spend approximately $2 on the UFB initiative. Wholesale only, open access, and the build was initially focused on what were deemed to be high priority areas. So that was CBDs, hospitals, schools and institutions. And that build was completed in 2015, but the total build goes out to 2020. So it's now that we're moving out more into the residential areas. There was no copper to fibre migration, and pricing was agreed out to 2020 with plan for review at around about that time. And there was also a parallel rural broadband initiative which was taking fibre to schools, to cabinets and also fixed wireless deeper into rural areas at the same time. So I guess one of the key planks for this was that the incumbent agreed to structural separation or a full demerger. And as part of that demerger, there was Chorus as the network arm, that was the wholesale-only part responsible for deploying the fibre. And then there was the company now known as Spark, which was the retail division. which would take our wholesale inputs on the same terms, price and conditions as everybody else. And so now we are 4 years into that bill. That separation took place in December 2011. So that perhaps just gives a little bit of background to where we've seen and may help to frame the questions.
Thank you very much, Ms Nelson. I'm going to first go to Senator Conroy. I'm not sure if you're seeing... Can you see us?
I can see you.
Yes. You can see me. Okay, that's lovely. I'm going to go to Senator Conroy, who's actually not in the room with us at the moment, but is listening in. So, Senator Conroy, questions for you, please.
Yeah, thanks very much. And apologies, there's a little bit of a time delay on the phone, and I'm also watching you on APAC on the television, so I'll do my best not to echo. Right, so I'd like to discuss your annual results, and in particular your brownfield fibre to the premise CapEx. According to your annual reports and investor presentations, Chorus has been successful in getting the CapEx for fibre down considerably over the past few years. So I just wanted to go through the numbers for financial year 2014 and financial year 2015 first. So I'm just reading from your annual report. Chorus UFB deployment brownfields CapEx, metric 2014 actual, 2015 actual, cost per premise passed, cost per premise connected, and your totals. So your cost per premise passed in 2014 actual was 2,973, and your cost per premise connected is 1,780, giving you a total of 4,753. And then when you move to 2015, your cost per premise passed is 2,134, and your cost per premise connected is 1,233, giving a total of 3,367. So I'm hoping those numbers are familiar with you.
Yes.
So that demonstrates from your publicly disclosed reports, you managed to get the cost per premise for FTTP down by 29% between 2014 and 15. Is that correct? Am I misreading something?
No, that is correct.
No, that is correct.
And further to that, in our half-year results released a few weeks ago, I believe, our guidance for FY16 is a cost per premise passed of between 1,700 and 1,770. So we've always had a declining view of CPPP as our factory gets better at delivering fibre to the home.
I've got a $3 million CEO job I'd like to offer you. Because there's somebody who says that over a 10-year period we can't get any cost savings whatsoever. Are you surprised by that?
No. Our experience and the experience we gain from talking with other players, like Verizon, for example, overseas, is it's always expensive at the start.
Yeah.
Typically, the cycle is a 3-year cycle. The first year, it's all about time, because somebody's made a commitment about how much you can build. So it's all hands to the pump, and the costs blow out. The second year is all about costs, and you start to focusing in on getting more efficient. And then sometimes doing that, the pendulum can swing a little bit too far, and you come up with quality issues. And so the third year becomes about getting your quality right. And I think that's what Chorus has done in its build program. And we're now into year 5. So we have a relatively smooth factory going, where we have time, cost and quality under control as much as we can, and it's improving every year.
Well, that's a fantastic way to describe it. Thank you for that. Could you explain to the committee how you're managing this? Are you using vendor innovations like underground enclosures? And I have a picture here of one of the ones that you're using, I understand. So I'd like you to explain that how vendor innovations plus your own management of contractors, how does that all help you get those costs down so dramatically?
So on the first step is from a technology and a vendor materials perspective, our strategy is to remove what we call craft sensitivity. So we don't mind spending more money on materials if it means that they are cheaper to install. The main cost of this program is labour. Labour is the highest cost component in New Zealand. So if we can provide technology, tubes, ducts, pipes, widgets, that takes someone 5 minutes to install instead of 30 minutes to install, then we don't mind spending a bit more on the material. So we do work closely with our vendors on coming up with innovative technologies that will reduce the labour time. I think the other key factor is we try not to change our solution too often. The way our build program works is consistency and homogeneous. I can't say that word, but keeping things simple allows the build program to build up efficiency, for technicians to build up skills that are repeatable, and for systems to allow automation and to get basically a sausage factory approach to just keep rolling it out.
I would probably add to that it's worth bearing in mind that in the initial stages of the program, we were targeting the high priority areas, which included CBDs, businesses, schools and institutions. And that was also complex and high cost areas to really start off by targeting. Now we're moving more into residential and suburbs. That's not to say with geographies and particularly our volcanic landscape, there's not challenges within that. And we have had to innovate, for example, introducing things like ruggedised fibre, looking at where we can use aerial more, other sort of innovations like that. But I think also the nature of the build program and the stage that we've got to is perhaps also supporting some of our cost control.
Are you busy from July the 3rd onwards for about 5 years?
No comment.
I'm sure that Chorus would be very willing to provide support and consultation services.
I'm sure that the poor guys down at NBN could definitely use your help. They have said that over a 10-year period they can make no productivity gains whatsoever over the entire build of fibre to the premises. But I won't ask you to comment on their methods. I might just pause there to digest the magnitude of what you've described and pass over to some other senators. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen. Senator Johnson, do you have some questions?
Now, are you familiar with what Australia is rolling out at the moment?
Yes, although perhaps not as intimately as the participants over there will be.
Right. So what challenges have you had to confront in your rollout that you think are lessons learned and relevant to what we are undertaking at the moment?
Look, I guess from our perspective, obviously there was the initial stages of the build. I think we regarded perhaps as a telecommunications project, whereas in fact it was one of the largest civil infrastructure projects that New Zealand had seen outside of the Christchurch build. So I think it was getting to grips with the complexity of that. The second part of it was also helping to raise awareness and build education. So one of the core things that we found through this program is that we began to roll out at the very beginning of 2012. It took around about 2 years before our largest RSPs were in a position to be able to consume and promote fibre, and also had their systems and technologies in place. So perhaps initially one of the challenges was also ensuring that we had the right platforms and integration and billing services and all the other things that would actually support the provisioning and marketing of UFB. We would note as part of that, look, in 2012 we did a lot of research, we did survey work, we ran big campaigns and so on, but it was really just too early for where the market was at. So I would actually say that it has, we've had a real dose of realism in terms of the time that it takes for the market to begin to be able to both prepare and sell and modify their business cases for pushing fibre at scale, but also for end users to begin to understand and begin to really demand its capability. So for us, that demand has really started to hit in the last year. I think one of the other factors, and we can talk more about the demand side that we're seeing, but also one of the other factors that is worth perhaps noting is that because of the nature of the build to priority areas, we were actually missing those that were perhaps the most frustrated by their existing broadband. So in building out to business parks and CBD and schools, we were often hitting, in terms of a residential sense, lower socioeconomic areas, and also those that were perhaps more price sensitive or would fit the profile of being older generation. And what we've seen now in the last year is that we've started to hit what we've identified as the high demand areas, which is typically households that have children, particularly if they have a home-based business. They own their own home and they have very real and pressing needs for what ultra-fast broadband can deliver. So I think actually being quite clear on how you roll out and the commercial imperatives of that is something that is worth considering.
Thank you very much for that. Now look, if I could just ask you to just encapsulate the type of technology that you are installing. Is fibre to the premise, I take it?
Yes.
How do you deal with your disaggregated agricultural sectors, the dairy farmers and the farming community? What are you doing with them? Secondly, can I ask you the total estimated cost of your program and over what time it will be completed, and how many premises do you anticipate will be covered in the program?
So I will take the technology questions. So we're rolling out fibre to the home technology using a technology called GPON. It's the same technology as what NBN are using for the fibre to the home component. So we're rolling that out in. So us and the other 3 local fibre companies are rolling out 100% fibre to the home GPON technology within the 33 cities that are the subject of UFB1. So because that is only an urban initiative, it does not reach outside the boundaries of those cities. A separate government initiative called RBI, Rural Broadband Initiative, has been addressing rural broadband, and we've been rolling out for that. We've been rolling fibre to schools in the rural areas, fibre to farms in a small number of cases, and fibre to the node cabinets, and also fibre to cell sites for improved mobile coverage. In terms of the whole UFB program, we started in 2011, I believe.
Yep, beginning 2012.
And we will finish in the first half of 2020, the second half of 2019. And our government target that we have is to pass 830,000 premises in that time frame. Now, because of the way premises are defined, that actually means over 1 million addresses or demand points. The total cost of the program, I don't have on hand. We do provide that guidance in our annual reports, but I don't have that exact number on hand.
Thank you very much for your answers. I very much appreciate them. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Ludlam.
Yeah, just a couple. Thanks for your evidence. It's been really valuable. I'd like to hear a little bit about the uptake. So not so much what people have been using the networks for, but the sort of speed tiers, and maybe this is a question for your retailers, so you're welcome to help me along. But what proportion of your user base has kind of maxed out their connection, and what proportion have taken cheaper speed tiers, if you have that info to hand?
Yep, look, I'd be very happy to address that. So our lowest speed fibre connection as a mass market product was 30 megabits per second. And then the next one was 100. So this was priced at, this was agreed pricing at $37.50. With an agreement that it would go up, because this was effectively below cost, it would go up by $1 each year out until 2020. We also have a 100 megabit plan, which started out at, I think, around $55, but we have brought that down to $40 at a wholesale. Now, this is at a wholesale level. Okay. And so the interesting thing in the dynamics that we have seen is that at a wholesale rate initially, copper was priced more highly than fibre. So because we had no copper to fibre migration, it was more the pricing structure that was designed to try and drive uptake. As you may be aware, there was running in parallel to this a Commerce Commission regulatory review which changed the copper pricing, brought it down fundamentally, and did shift a lot of those wholesale pricing dynamics, which in turn affected retail pricing. But if I was to say roughly where we are today, the price of a wholesale copper broadband connection for sort of mass market ADSL2 or VDSL is about $40. So this puts it roughly on a wholesale par with our 100 megabit service, and the 30 megabit service is therefore a couple of dollars cheaper. And it was last year that we saw fibre plans actually have parity with copper plans in the retail market. And right now, due to recent regulatory price changes, copper is actually about sort of $5 more expensive. We've also introduced the $200 plan, and in Dunedin, as part of a competition, we have a residential gigabit product. So if we actually look at the uptake, the very latest numbers that have come out of government put the uptake at 20% of end users able to connect. So roughly that was, now if we compare that, it was 14.5% at June. So both ourselves and the other local fibre companies have seen an enormous escalation in uptake. And for our numbers, if we look at September, and that quarter, the number that were taking plans of 100 megabits per second or more was about 65%, and right now, on average, on a monthly basis, it's about 55. And so this is...
No, go ahead, sorry.
Sorry. No, I can complete that.
Okay, thanks, that's really useful. And I might have missed this in your intro in terms of market structure. Is Chorus a retail service provider as well, or are you simply a wholesaler to the RSPs?
No, we are a wholesaler.
Yeah.
We can only wholesale. We are open access and equivalent. So every one of our customers, same price, terms, conditions.
Okay. So I guess we can kind of see where this is going. If your mid-tier fibre offering or your wholesale offering that you're putting out to the market is now slightly less expensive than a copper connection, as we can see where that market's going. But I'm just interested, I guess, are there places that we could look to find at the customer level of whether the market is skewing towards the fastest service that people can buy? So it's a bit difficult to get those assessments in Australia at the moment because things are such a mess here. But you folks might have more data that would help us predict where our customer base is going when they finally get a bit of choice. Okay.
Well, the very latest numbers in our half-year results say that 41% of our UFB base now is on 100 megabits per second or more. So that we are seeing demand each month. Well over half of the new orders coming through are for high speed, 100 megabit. And if I'm looking at that breakdown, there's about 12 to 15% that are going for the 200 megabit per service plans. The other thing that we would also note, which is of interest to us, is the fact that the fibre users are using, on average, twice as much data per month as a copper user. So therefore they are buying the plans, but they are also fully utilising it. It's not just an aspirational purchase on their part.
All right. It's been really valuable. Thanks so much for taking the time to Skype in.
I have a couple of questions as well. Just on that last point that you made, Ms Nelson, do we know what people are using their internet for? Do you have capability to understand what we're doing? I'm sure it's not just movies.
Look, I would have to say, and Kirk can also follow in on this, I think what we have to define it as is that streaming video is a primary driver. And there is no doubt that some of the biggest drivers in the last year were Netflix coming into the market, the launch of an online TV service by Spark, and the fibre premium being reduced so that it had parity with copper. But having said that, I think that is simply because mass market TV and movies are so much in common for everybody, and it perhaps masks what's happening underneath that. So when we've done surveys and individual research, what we can see is that the value is as much about how do I manage my home business, or how do I manage the ability to be able to work from home. So for small home businesses, we have a lot of micro businesses in New Zealand. What we heard from them was that their ability to both, for example, upload training videos or make their website highly interactive was as much a driver for them as being able to watch the TV on demand. And of course, sitting underneath that, there is the gaming and the other areas. We would say that also New Zealanders are very high users of social media. So I would say that the consumption, particularly of video and all the future iterations, is a part of it. But we are also, I believe, on the brink of the next wave, which is where we begin to use this capability to better create. And this is where we ran a competition across the country for a town that could get a very low-cost gigabit connection. The city of Dunedin won that. And so what we're doing is really watching to see if you take away all of the internet boundaries and you have a plan as a city for what you can do economically and socially, what that might lead to.
I'd just like to add one thing. I happened to be a judge at last year's New Zealand Innovation Awards, and over half of the entries that I was judging automatically assumed that unlimited, unconstrained internet would be available, both fixed and mobile. And a lot of these innovative apps coming out of New Zealand companies have video, because video is a very powerful communication technique or a very powerful security monitoring technique. So that's where we're seeing a lot of innovation going in across a wide range of sectors, apart from just entertainment. We even have innovations in the agricultural sector and the fisheries sector. So in pretty much every sector of the industry are looking to use apps and video to optimise their businesses.
You said that New Zealand has a large number of home-based businesses. Has that changed since? Has there been any change since the rollout happened? Is that growing? Is it simply those businesses that are there simply expanding their scope? Do you have any data on that?
Look, unfortunately, that is something that is very hard to quantify, particularly at scale. We're dependent on New Zealand statistics, and they only come out every sort of 2, 3, 4 years, depending upon whether it's census data. And of course, as well, what we're talking about here is a lot of micro businesses. So they have only 1 to 6 employees, which sit outside the normal statistics. But we estimate there's about 220,000 home-based businesses in New Zealand. And particularly in our agricultural sector, a lot of those are actually being run from a home and sort of managed by 1, 2 people in terms of the business structure. So, it is a core part of our economy, and we do see enormous potential for where UFB can support the economic potential there.
Earlier today we heard about some of the difficulties in the rollout, the actual the structure with NBN and a subcontractor and the ISP or a provider, and who talks to whom, and how have you managed the actual rollout, given that you're going into people's properties? There has to be an understanding of what's going to go on. What's been your experience as Chorus in terms of how you do it well, and what do you have a complaints mechanism as a subsequent question?
Look, this is challenging, and we have found it extraordinarily difficult. When we had low demand volumes coming in, it was perhaps more manageable. I think our CEOs referred to it as more of a cottage industry, so you manage sort of workarounds. As we've gained scale, the challenges of the system have become very apparent, and we did a significant piece of work on customer experience in the last quarter of last year. And what we realised was that there were so many different players within the process end to end, from RSPs and ordering through to our systems, through to contractors, subcontractors, and then often council, building owners, all the other parts of the consent process for us. And there were many areas of where there was breakdown and potential for both increased cost and loss of efficiency, but also a poorer customer experience. So we have restructured our business in order to really put focus upon that. We have been working very closely with the industry to try and manage this better as an end-to-end process. It's one of the core priorities of our business over the next year. And one of the things that we are doing is, looking at how we can simplify the process for some of our customers, that they have an order, but then they pass it to Chorus, and Chorus becomes responsible for all the other steps until such time as it's connected, and then it can be handed back to our service provider at that point. And this was to try and minimise the handover. So we're still in this process. We haven't quite got it nailed. And one of our biggest challenges, I think, is just simply the amount of demand. So even while we're trying to deal with this, if you look at October, we had 9,000 new orders come in. In February, it was 17,000 new orders come in. So it gives you an idea of the kind of ramp up that we are having to deal with. So there is no silver bullet, and none of this is easy. So we are still working through that, but we do have dedicated teams absolutely focused on this as a priority.
I'm just perhaps not understanding you properly, Ms Nelson. When you talk about orders, so does Chorus decide we're going to roll out in this suburb in these period of time, or I don't understand the orders that you're talking about?
So the rollout program, we have a two-phased approach here. So we are under contract with the government agency Crown Fibre Holdings to build a certain to go past a certain number of premises every year, and those suburbs are chosen in agreement between Crown Fibre Holdings and ourselves. And so we go down and we build past the house, and we leave a tube, an airborne fibre tube at the boundary. And it's up to the end user to decide when they want to connect. And so when the end user wants to connect, they can go to their retail service provider, type in their address, they see that their premise has been passed, they can then place an order with the retail service provider, and then the retail service provider, through a business-to-business gateway or portal, can place the order with us. And then from then on, what we are trialling at the moment is that we run the workflow right through to the end until the retailer can start billing.
So you have to come back twice?
Yes.
Because what we're doing here in Australia is we go back once. So if you come past my house, that's when we get connected to my home. If we're doing fibre to the home, if you're in that part of the area. What's the cost differential?
We are actually looking to whether it is possible to do what you're doing, but under our contract at the moment, it's very separate between doing a build past the home, and that's where the interest-free loan comes in from the government, and so that's very tightly controlled as a contract to deliver a certain number of premises by a certain date. And then the view is that it's up to the end user to determine when they want to come on board. So that's just the way it's quite different to Australia. Yes.
So who pays?
We do not have.
Sorry,
we do not have a copper to fibre migration policy. So that's really where it comes down to choice marketing and how our RSPs package the service proposition to users.
And the installation is free, almost always. There are some exceptions, but in general, for a standard installation
to a residential
premise, and in our half-year results, we indicate guidance around the cost. And as another senator asked earlier, we talk about cost per premises passed, which is the build program, and then we talk about cost per premises connect, and they are two financial metrics that are managed separately, and we bear all the cost of the cost per premises connect. We bear all those costs.
Yes, that was the question that I was going to ask you then. That makes more sense now. Thank you.
Yes.
And the last question I wanted to ask, though, is about the formal complaints mechanism. What is the process by which a person would complain about the way their internet was connected? And I totally respect there wouldn't be very many of them, but let's go through the process anyway.
Well, because every connection to a premise almost has a bespoke element to it. They will typically, what has tended to happen in the past is that they will complain to their RSP, and their RSP will then complain back to us, and it gets escalated with us. And then also Crown Fibre Holdings and the Minister have a close interest in what that customer experience, and if there are particular issues that are being defined. As part of the new customer experience program, we are actually now running a monthly survey which captures all the new connections in the last month and really captures that end-to-end installation experience. So that allows us to very quickly identify where there are particular issues, challenges, pain points, or indeed where there are improvements. So it's now becoming, I guess, a lot more of a standardised and streamlined approach to capture that.
But there isn't a separate entity outside of Chorus or outside of the government structures that manages our complaints mechanism?
Not specifically for UFB, no.
The informal complaints mechanism is putting photos on Twitter.
Right. Okay. But probably very effective too. Yeah. Well, thanks so much. Do you have further questions, Dan?
If I could just take the few minutes we've got left, I just wanted to talk about how you manage the cost structure in the difference, for example, in installing fibre past the home in a suburb of Auckland, and what I take to be a significant cost increase in a suburb of, say, Greymouth on the west coast of the South Island. How do we factor that differential in terms of our wholesale and retail pricing? Is it subsidised, or what is the take-up of, say, for instance, some of those deep south Invercargill type towns, as opposed to obviously Wellington and Auckland, which I think the take-up obviously is very high, but particularly of the high-speed version?
So from the cost side, actually Greymouth is majority is aerial fibre deployment, so the costs are quite reasonable there.
Just explain what that means precisely.
We're taking fibre cables, or actually tubes, and stringing them from electricity poles. And we're using a partner there that is the Electricity Lines Company, and they are our subcontractor to install fibre on the electricity poles. So that's what we call aerial. In Auckland, we have volcanoes, so there's a lot of volcanic land. So Auckland's actually a very high-cost place to build because of the geotype of the soil. So from a cost perspective, it's quite a wide range. Invercargill has a soft alluvial soil, so it's relatively cheap. So every city has its own challenges. Wellington is vertical, so it's how to lay fibre up the side of hills. So every city has a different challenge, and we spread the cost out, and what you see in our guidance of 1,700 to 1,770 is the average across the whole country, and it's not priced to the consumer any different.
Yeah.
It's national pricing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Now,
that is one of the core principles, is nationally average pricing, both for our copper and for our fibre. Just with regard to take-up in the regional areas, what's actually been of great interest to us is that actually a lot of the smaller areas have had faster take-up than perhaps your main centres. So if I was, for example, looking at the December data, the highest uptake relative to those that can connect is in Blenheim. The next one is in Timaru. The next one is Ashburton and Oamaru, Masterton. And then we start to get in, we've got Dunedin, Rotorua has come up very fast. So basically we've actually seen strong regional uptake that, you know, Auckland can and does match. And in some of those centres you might have a higher or lower percentage that are going for the 100 megabit plans. But one of the things that we have found is because we are going through this network to small regional towns, and many of those towns have experienced the challenges of offices closing, they're having to do more of their business, their banking, their IRD, their stock compliance, NATE compliance online, that for them, you know, good broadband actually becomes perhaps more of an imperative than an entertainment imperative that you might see in some of the larger cities. And this was also what we saw when we ran the Gigatown campaign. This was one of the most successful social marketing campaigns New Zealand's ever seen. And we had 5 towns competing fiercely to the extent that they took Twitter down one night because it was all conducted through social media. But those towns were, you know, Timaru and Dunedin, Nelson, Porirua as a part of Wellington, Gisborne. So the smaller towns could begin to see that this was an opportunity for them both to attract talent and investment, which was one of the core drivers. They wanted to have a reason for the youth to stay in those areas. They also wanted to have a reason to attract some of the skills that they needed, you know, so, you know, whether it was a doctor or whether it was, you know, really skilled teachers into their local school. And they could also begin to see that if they had great connectivity, they could begin to attract international people into those centres, and they would not necessarily feel quite as geographically isolated as might otherwise happen. So we've actually found that it's probably confounded some of our expectations in terms of where demand has turned up.
Could I ask you to explain a little about the competition that was run and what was the purpose of it? Who drove it? Was it a government decision or something that Chorus was running? Just explain that to us, please.
Yes, of course. What we found back in 2012 was that there was a very poor understanding about fibre and what it could deliver and what it could be. And so this was actually a campaign that Chorus initiated. It was not government initiated. So we initiated it and we ran it. It ran for a full year. I would have to be perfectly honest and say we had no idea quite what response it was actually going to get. But throughout the period of the competition, this is one of the reasons we ran it for a year, is that there were many different mini competitions where we had, for example, schools would say what they could do if they had internet without boundaries. You know, if they had gigabit connectivity, what would it mean for them in education? You had small businesses saying what it would mean for them. And then at the end, as part of the final competition, the towns had to come up with their digital plan. And the real purpose here was to actually try and get communities to really think about what they can do, how they could leverage this new platform. So it took an incredible amount of work. It is a campaign that has now won I think it was the Supreme Marketing Award in New Zealand. But for us, the really exciting thing has been to see, the level of excitement that occurred with Dunedin winning. There's been a number of initiatives that we have there. We've done a co-starters program there, which is really helping small businesses or anyone that has innovative ideas to prepare a business case and take it to the next step. So it's a real sort of innovation. We have the NG Connect program, which is with in partnership with Alcatel-Lucent, now Nokia, which is really about ideation and the creation and prototyping of innovation that can then be established and showcased internationally. We also have a social development fund. There's been a lot of things that we've done within that community to support them, and now it's really the case of seeing how they can take this and begin to drive it over the next few years. So we saw this as being a prototype of where New Zealand would be in, say, 5 years or 6 years' time when a gigabit was available nationally.
Just Googled chorus and competitions and ended up with Sweet Adeline, which is probably not the right place to get.
We'd be happy to send more information if it was helpful.
Yes, and Dunedin won the competition and they've rebranded themselves as the Gig City. So if you Google Dunedin, the Gig City, you might see more about their digital plan to leverage it.
Look, thank you so much, Ms Nelson and Mr Rogers, for sharing your time with us today. I think it's been very informative to the committee. Our best wishes with your rollout and with growing the economy of New Zealand. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So thank you, and we will now break for lunch and resume at 1:30, please. Thank you. Declare open this session of the Senate Select Committee on the National Broadband Network. We are waiting for Professor Len Gray, who is very generously giving us some time out of his busy schedule today. So having opened the meeting, we'll now just be quiet for a little while. And Senator Reynolds, you may do what you need to do as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for coming in. Tea, you're very welcome to share in our generosity. Water. Professor
I'm
Gray.
very sorry. You've made me run. That was that was good.
It's a mistake that's made regularly. As another Queenslander myself, I've made that oversight.
Did you mention to people in Queensland that something should be done about it?
I think that's a highly charged political question, Professor Gray, about whether or not we should have daylight saving. So thank you, Professor Gray. I do welcome you from the Centre for Online Health from the University of Queensland. Thank you very much for appearing with us today. For the Hansard record, could you give us your name and the capacity in which you are appearing, please?
My name's Len Gray. I'm here, I think, because I'm the Director of the Centre for Online Health, which is probably Australia's most active telehealth research and development centre. I think that's why you invited me.
Thank you. If you could you give us an opening statement and then we'll go to questions?
Well, in relation to the telehealth matter, which I think is the core of this discussion, and the I guess the enabling capability that the National Broadband Network offers, my interest, both personally and also on behalf of the people that I work with in our centres, is multi-dimensional. I'm a geriatrician for starters, and my clinical work has included a significant telehealth component for about the last 7 or 8 years. And I do spend quite a lot of time consulting with patients in rural Queensland, and know the opportunities and the disadvantages that we confront in doing that. My research group in general is really driven around the what we perceive to be the tremendous opportunities to re-engineer healthcare in the light of the various ways in which telehealth can be delivered. And traditionally that's been thought of as improving access to rural citizens to the sort of healthcare you might expect to get in the city. But what we learn is that the learnings from figuring out how to do telehealth in rural locations has many, many implications for the way healthcare is delivered in the city. And I can elaborate on that if you wish, but that's my background and my interest in the, if you like, the telehealth infrastructure that the NBN promises to deliver, and is delivering, of course, in some places now.
Great. Thank you very much, Professor Gray. We may go to your observations around what we learn in the bush we can then apply in the city, which is certainly a view that I have as a regional Queenslander.
Yes. Yes.
I think the further you are away from the capital city, the more creative a person tends to be. And that's why we in non-metropolitan parts of the country, I think, do things, we are more creative. But talk to us about that. Talk to us, though, also about the applications, the potential applications, and what are the things we can dream about that we can use very high-speed broadband to provide better health services to Australians.
Yeah, I guess as a kind of prelude to that, the NBN, and at least high-speed broadband in whatever form, is most critical for two-way video interactions. So, insofar as one wishes to talk to another person and have an experience that's authentic and reassuring to patients, for example, if it's a healthcare setting, is really important to have the sort of traditional interactions that most people expect to have with their doctors and other health professionals. So it needs to be of sufficient quality to feel engaging and to make it a comfortable experience and thus effective from the patient's point of view. But of course, a lot can be done with lower bandwidth, and I'm not trying to suggest for a minute that we don't need high-speed video, high-speed broadband in order to support video. But you can do a lot with lesser qualities. But the better the array of opportunities you have when you deliver healthcare, the better the product is going to be for the patient and the health professional. I personally, and I don't say this just because I'm a geriatrician, I deal with older people who more often than not will have visual or hearing problems. And when they engage with a health professional, the degradation in the quality of the audio is most noticeable in older people because they've got hearing loss. And so, you know, if you use a low bandwidth solution, they can't hear. And you may have had the experience yourself of using other forms of telephony than the standard telephone line, and you'll notice yourself you can't hear properly when the bandwidth is lower. And so what I experience and what the patients experience is they can't hear, even though you're getting you think you're having quite a good video conferencing experience. So, for example, what we're doing at the moment, I don't know how you're seeing me, but I'm seeing you. It's pretty good. There's a little bit of blurring. It's not, the definition is not perfect. It's okay for this kind of conversation. But if I was with an older person here, they would start to have trouble having a conversation with me. There's echo in the background. The audio is not all that clear. It's pretty good. I manage, you manage, but it does fall off for people who are disadvantaged, and they're the very people that you really want it to be right for. So we need that high standard to make these people feel like they're really engaging with their health professional in a way that makes them comfortable. Otherwise, they come to the view that this is a second-rate experience. Whereas when it's configured properly, I can tell you, older people actually love the experience because of the massive improvement in access it gives to professionals that they can't enjoy because they can't travel that easily. So you asked me about how we learn from the bush and translate that into the city, and I can give you perhaps an illustration of that. When we do like economic studies to try and figure out whether it's how costly it is to deliver a telehealth service at a distance, and we look at the cost of the video conferencing and other infrastructure needed to make that happen, and compare that to the conventional solution, which might be a doctor driving in the car for 3 hours to go have a clinic there. So you can do these kind of cost comparison studies, if you like. And when you do that, you work out a break-even travel time. So if you're paying the doctor, or if the patient's coming to see you, there's a cost for the patient in coming to see you, you can kind of work out the break-even time at which it would be better to use video conferencing. Now, as the price of video conferencing comes down, and indeed as everybody gets access to the quality of video conferencing that we've just referred to, that break-even distance gets shorter and shorter. And, for example, we have a doctor that potentially drives to Warwick about 150 kilometres away to see 4 patients each week. The break-even return trip time for that is like about an hour to an hour and a half. Okay? So it actually works out cheaper to not travel because you've got to pay the doctor to travel. Now, in some of our studies, these times are getting down to driving to work time. How long does it take to go in traffic from, halfway across the city or even a quarter way across the city? It actually works out cheaper to actually do the video conferencing, even if you've got to pay for it in some way, than it would be to actually go there. So depending on what happens in the city, of course, is the patient goes to the doctor. And the patient bears the cost, the inconvenience, the loss of work time, and everything else, and the doctor doesn't even know about it really, because they just have the person walk in their door. But if you start costing in those travel times and the disruption to people's lives, whether it be the doctor travelling or the patient, these distances are getting very, very short. Even to put an extreme example, in a public teaching hospital in the city, if a consultant like me is asked to see a patient at the other end of the hospital, it's actually less expensive to do the consult by video across the hospital than it is to walk there, because it takes you 10 or 15 minutes to get to the other end of the hospital. So we're really talking, what we're really showing is as the telemedicine capability falls in price and becomes ubiquitous, it starts to make enormous sense to do a lot of it by telehealth as opposed to the conventional approach. And this works both for patients and for the health professionals. So there's potentially enormous dividends for everybody in exploring this. So does that give you a kind of sense of how we think about what the opportunities might be?
I think your point is well made, Professor, that when you say that the cost implication is real, but you have to have reliability sitting underneath there.
Correct. And ease of use. Yes.
Earlier today we spoke with people about this question of reliability and the potential for applications for older people who are living in their home but receiving quite considerable amounts of, needing quite considerable amounts of support, particularly people, say, with dementia. And the home monitoring system, and we had a conversation about how you can't just think about it as a falls, the thing you hang around your neck for a fall. It monitors whether you've fallen over. It's more than that.
That's right.
Where do you see the future in terms of aged care in the home, the potential for gadgets and widgets, but also the quality of care issues that come with aged care in the home?
Well, as I've kind of implied, there are a range of, if you like, telehealth strategies that we already have at our disposal that require increasing amounts of bandwidth to make them available. Thinking about high-definition video at the one end as opposed to sending your blood pressure recording to your doctor at the other, which doesn't require much bandwidth at all. But the reality is, to interact with a person, you often want to use the full range of these capabilities. You obviously use the simplest strategy where it's appropriate, but often it escalates up to the point where you really do want to have a legitimate, authentic, immersive experience with the person because they're anxious, or you may want to make some diagnostic decisions. Then you need the high bandwidth. And that's where it really makes a big difference, because at each point along that continuum, a decision to travel will be made. And the more you can do remotely, the more you can push back the need for people to move. And so the better it gets, the better the solution, if it isn't obvious.
Professor, one last question from me and then I'll go to my colleague. What is the right bandwidth that we should be aiming at? Do you have a view about that?
I don't think there is a simple answer to that. As I said in my kind of opening remarks about older people and their hearing, we use 720K for most of our work, if you understand what that means, and there's a certain frame rate that goes with that. And that works for the majority, maybe 2/3 of older people that I see, particularly, say, in residential aged care facilities. For the other third, you find yourself talking to a nurse or somebody next to them who then has to virtually act as an interpreter. And clearly, therefore, they can understand what the person in the room is saying, but not what I'm saying. And that's because of the degradation. Even with that pretty reasonable bandwidth, there's still some loss. So we would like to see that pushed up even further, and clearly the NBN offers that potential. So, the more the better. There is no absolute answer. And of course, this is how it will evolve. We will get more capability in many things and we'll be able to do more. But to try and think that there's an actual point where we will have arrived, well, we'll be pretty close with NBN level capability. That would be fabulous if you could do that consistently in these health interactions.
Thanks, Professor. I'll pass over to Senator Ludlam now.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for your evidence this afternoon. So you're beaming in today to a capital city with one of the best healthcare systems anywhere in the world. Can we maybe just take a step back before we start coming to telehealth? What are the major challenges confronting delivery of health services in remote and regional areas? Maybe let's start there.
Whoa. Well, of course, there are communities of diminishing size the further you go, if you like. I mean, you would know there are communities of 40 people in some instances. I'm just talking to the Royal Flying Doctor Service about this yesterday. Fly people into... there's no infrastructure there to speak of except a medical chest. They leave drugs there and they fly in. And so in the very remotest of communities, there's challenges of getting advice. At the moment, that community would be able to telephone the Flying Doctor Service and get some phone advice to deal with an emergency, but they wouldn't be able to look at the person or make any diagnostic decisions. So, and then, of course, if any further action is required, it might involve some kind of investigation or some tests of some sort. It may involve the specialists. So the more remote you get, the more likely you are to have to bring that person out of that situation to secure these essential components of the care, and so that's what happens. The further away you get from larger communities, the more dependent you get on the need to pull people out of their situation to do sometimes even quite simple things. So the more we can distribute our capability, the fewer of those places there will be. So it's not a, so people in these smaller communities are disadvantaged in all sorts of ways in the sense that they don't have, some of them won't have good access to primary care. Some of them will have good access to primary care, but they won't have good access to specialist care. And that applies to both emergencies and not so urgent situations. Where in that circumstance where people need specialist care, the communities can't sustain this as specialists. So then you've got a choice of specialists going to the community or the patient coming to a regional centre. And so somebody's going to have to pay and be inconvenienced in either of those situations. And of course, inevitably that leads to delays or avoidance. And I guess the more vulnerable members of our community, like older people, disabled people, people with mental illness, kind of miss out. Whereas the healthier, wealthier people, if you like, figure out a way to get access. People that are somewhat disadvantaged sometimes just simply miss out. So that leads to delayed diagnosis, under-treatment, and emotional consequences of not being well,
Thank you for that. That was good. If we could get the technology and engineering arguments out of the way and just deliver very, very rapid broadband services to the whole community, what are the developments or the innovations on the horizon that you're most excited about? If we could sort of just set technology and politics aside for a sec, what's coming down the pipe that you would love to be able to see the health community roll out?
So there's I'm kind of captured by a number of phenomena that are on the cusp of being available that are, in a way, the interesting thing about healthcare is it's got behind what the general public are using in the way of technology and systems. For example, smartphones do an awful lot. They're owned by individuals that you can't actually do inside the health system. So about 5 or 10 years ago, we started noticing that the infrastructure capabilities of hospitals, for example, were getting behind what you actually had in your pocket. And that, whereas before that you would go to work to get good access to information technology, now you go home to get a good access, and at work it's inferior. And so there's a big catch up there. Where I'm imagining the future to be is, I could perhaps paint a picture. I see people that might have dementia, for example. Their family get concerned, they've got memory problems and the like. I envisage a future where that person would need to get a good professional opinion about what their problem is and what care decisions have to be made. I would see that starting on a web-based interface related to a health service, where the patient and or their carer would start the interaction themselves probably with their doctor's imprimatur, but they would begin their own assessment process. Self-assessment. That data would become available to the health professionals that are going to ultimately see them. So there would be a lot of work done before you even get to the doctor. And you can put a lot of smart systems around that so that the diagnosis of dementia, which is perhaps your first goal, might even be made before you even walk in the door of the person you're going to see. So this actually then starts to transform the way the professional interacts with the person. It moves the ground away from the diagnostics to the counselling and advisory functions. So you get down to the pointy end of the business pretty quickly. This is already happening in my practice, to some extent, but I can just see this shifting and shifting. When that issue is then resolved, then you can build a whole lot of information technology, kind of smart systems to support that person that may not necessarily need the interaction of health professionals. You can imagine avatars, for example, that can provide advice to people. There's a fair bit of evidence that people like avatars, and so they can start to have relationships to a system that really helps them. It's not so dependent on the health professionals. Sitting behind that, though, there are health professionals looking after this system to make sure it works well, and who will step in when the system's not working perfectly. So there's always human beings in there. Why is this so appealing? One, it does create a greater level of patient engagement and ownership. Secondly, it probably produces better health outcomes. And thirdly, there's massive productivity gains to be achieved. That is, you can treat a lot more people for the same money. So they're the sort of ideas that we have about how the health system can be transformed and become increasingly affordable, while still producing a good set of outcomes for individuals. So does that help?
Yep, that's a great start.
That's the sort of thinking we have. There's quite a bit of thinking around this kind of idea, those concepts that out there in the kind of frontline literature at the moment about this.
That's great. Last one from me. We've spoken today mostly about the patient-facing services. So what, how people would actually encounter this technology if you're rural and regional areas or whatever. But you were speaking before about the idea that you might have a nurse who's on site and able to connect up to a specialist in a major hospital, for example.
Yes.
Do you want to just tell us a little bit about how it might change the kind of back end that the public might not see or that patients might not see? How it helps practitioners, how it potentially helps practitioners to work together better across larger distances?
I think, look, I hope I'm interpreting your question correctly, but one of the problems about people in rural communities is one issue you have is you might have a nurse, for example, in a relatively isolated community, but she or he in her own right will be isolated. Who's she interacting with to make sure that his or her skill set is optimised? In a way, you get kind of isolated yourself when you operate in those communities. So in many of our services that we're kind of evolving at the moment, that person would form a relationship with somebody in the city that becomes quite, I would dare to call it a friendship, but certainly a highly interactive professional relationship. What you get is is skill transfer. Yeah, many people think of it as a skill transfer from the specialist in the city to the nurse in the rural community. That's a reasonable way to think about it. But you also learn an awful lot from that person about how people exist in rural communities, and it helps you to think about how you practice. So it's very much a two-way interaction. Those kind of dyads, if you like, are really, really powerful, because that person, once they've had enough exposure and once they continue to have these kind of regular exposures to city specialists, and I mean specialists in a very general sense, could be a GP, anybody, could be a speech therapist or whatever, that person can start managing with confidence a much more complex caseload than they would dare to manage without the backup of somebody in a regional or city centre. So in other words, that community becomes more self-sufficient in delivering its healthcare. And I use this both on the individual basis, but also if you think about small rural hospitals. We deal with hospitals of 10 beds, They clearly cannot retain a lot of skills in-house. There's simply not the economies of scale there. But when they start building a bridge to a sophisticated regional centre, suddenly all the cases that look marginal in terms of their ability to look after them, there'll be a proportion of them that they will retain the confidence to look after in their local hospital. So this reduces the amount of transfers. It also enables people to come back to that hospital earlier than they would in their recovery phase. Yeah. So in a way, it makes that hospital more autonomous, more self-sufficient, and the public that live in that jurisdiction are going to be treated in their local hospital more often. And it makes the place more sustainable because it's going to have more patients treated locally. So huge benefits.
That's brilliant. Last one. I know I said the last one was my last one. This one's actually my last one. We've again been talking today in the context of, regional Victoria going, and connections with the big hospital in Melbourne, for example. Have you noticed anything about global collaboration, given that this network actually doesn't stop at the border, but we're now connected up to the whole planet? Is there anything that you want to point to that you can see these networks enabling global collaboration, whether it be around epidemics or research or take your pick?
Absolutely. Now, of course, we have the usual jurisdictional issues about who can practice in what setting. So, I mean, this actually, in the United States, this is one of the huge problems, even between states, because licensing of medical practitioners is on a state-by-state basis in the US. So it's difficult to practice even in a like community over the border. Right. Now, we've solved that problem in Australia, thank goodness. But that would apply if we were trying to provide services into the Pacific, for example, or vice versa. There's these licensing issues that need to be kind of sorted out. But clearly there are opportunities, for example, nighttime coverage. When one group of people are asleep, another group of people are awake, you could be using people in another part of the world to kind of provide care overnight. I've seen working examples of that. You could certainly, if you can get the infrastructure in place, the wealthier countries that have got better health systems could certainly provide the same kind of skill transfer and knowledge diffusion that I talked about with rural hospitals into countries. In Australia's case, for example, in the Pacific Islands, for example, to the extent that they can afford to have us, and to the extent that they've got infrastructure, we could certainly provide useful assistance to a lot of countries out of Australia. All sorts of possibilities.
That's brilliant. Thanks so much.
I'm good. Thanks. Professor Gray, the opportunities that are given to us by the NBN or high-speed broadband, actually, they also make some other problems for us around that scope of practice,
of course,
funding arrangements. How do you move across? How do you pay someone in the private system? And if you're all in the state system, it's all seamless, but to move out into the privately funded system is an enormous problem that we're not going to solve here today. But are there any other issues that you'd like to bring to us to consider in terms of telehealth, health generally, and the opportunities that come to us. Where we've only got a couple more minutes, but I just thought if you've got anything else you wanted to share with us, we've got a couple more minutes now.
Well, I could. The point you just raised, of course, what we do in telehealth challenges the conventional boundaries between the various jurisdictions in terms of their health responsibilities. And one of the kind of unhappy issues you run into all the time is, well, the states run the hospitals and the community services are essentially a Commonwealth responsibility. And when you're trying to shift the locus of care back home, there's no proper funding rebalancing arrangement that supports that. So we're very interested in how to re-engineer that. But another dimension to this, there's probably a couple of other things I could use my last minute to talk about, is how do we re-engineer primary care practice, given that there's no Medicare funding or any way to run a telehealth service in any format at the moment. We think quite a lot of primary care can be delivered through telehealth solutions, probably much to the benefit of the patients at least, and probably a reduction in cost to the health system, and maybe better health outcomes. So we have to imagine what a funding system of the future would look like that enables that to happen. This is going to make us a smart country if we can sort that out. Not what we have at the moment with the Medicare funding arrangements essentially is if you like, an emulation of historical medical practice. How do you see a doctor? You go to their surgery and you talk to them. And the alternative is you do it on video, but basically it's the same paradigm. But actually, we've learnt, as we said earlier in this discussion, by doing telehealth, you can sort of re-engineer the whole thing. But that funding model kind of preserves the past. It doesn't imagine the future. And I wouldn't want to say for a minute that the government or Medicare is doing anything wrong about being cautious about this. What we don't understand is how to get it right so that you manage the risk of expenditure blowouts and you capture the opportunities without turning it into a kind of a financial disaster. I think that's a big challenge we have to work on in the next few years, to sort of imagine the future and figure out how to fund it. I know others are thinking about this, but I think that's exciting.
Do you think that our current funding arrangements are actually mitigating against innovation at this point in time?
Yes.
So perhaps we could have an MBS item number that says telehealth, or a 15-minute consultation with your GP could be in his or her rooms, or...
Yeah, I think one of the problems is, sorry to take the time, but if a patient is able to see their own doctor by video at home when they get sick, then we've had this big political argument about co-payments, but one of the co-payments that you have to make at the moment is you have to leave your house, go down to someplace, park, potentially pay for parking, wait for 20 minutes with a bunch of sick people in a room. That's a co-payment, right?
And at the same time infect those other people with whatever you've got.
Yeah, and if you sit at home and just wait till your appointment comes up whilst you're watching the footy, it's so much more convenient. So how are we going to stop people calling and booking their doctors without any disincentive at all? So that illustrates the problem we've got to crack, I wouldn't want to say you need to put charge more for a telehealth consult to compensate for the big advantage it gives you. That's one way of thinking about it. The problem with that is how do you, you might find that poorer people have to go to the surgery and wealthy people get there. So you can see the implications of all of this are massive.
Professor, I think you've raised more questions there.
Good problem to have. Good problem.
A good problem to have, yeah. Thank you so much, Professor Gray. Good to work with you again, and I'll let you go back to your busy practice.
And I'll try to remind my staff that Queensland's not Canberra.
I have the same problem.
The clocks are different.
Thanks,
anyway,
Professor.
Sorry to have been late.
That's
Thank
okay.
you.
No worries at all. Bye-bye now.
Okay, bye.
Thank you.
Have you worked with him before? Yeah, he's great.
really good. He's probably our best Jerry. Yes. Yes. Can I just observe at the outset that there's not a very good gender balance in this sector? I think nearly every time I've said gentlemen today, coming from the health area, it's a little bit new to me. We might make a recommendation about the number of women that we have.
I'll capture our first action.
Beg pardon?
I'll capture our first action.
So, I welcome representatives from Stan, representatives from Presto and Foxtel. And so for the Hansard record, could you each give your name, gentlemen, and the capacity in which you appear today? Thank you.
John Hogan, I'm the Head of Technology at Stan. Mike Sneesby, the Chief Executive Officer at Stan.
Bruce Marr, Director of Corporate Affairs at Foxtel.
Andrew Lorcan, and I head the broadband and IT area at Foxtel.
Great. So, just for my edification, Presto is...
So Presto is a joint venture between Foxtel and Seven West Media. So we represent...
Presto
to the extent
and
that we,
Foxtel.
yeah, to the extent that anything's relevant to Presto, we're happy to talk about it. But we also like to talk more broadly about IP-delivered services
Exactly.
from Foxtel.
So, do you both groups wish to make a brief opening statement before we go to questions then? Shall we start with Stan?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yep. I thought I'd just provide a bit of context for the purpose of the discussion today. So, as background, Stan is an SVOD streaming service. We operate in the same category as the likes of Netflix. A key differentiation for us being our content lineup, a differentiated content lineup to others in the category. Recently, we completed the first year of our operation, so just past 12 months since we launched the service. Over that period of time, over 750,000 households have signed up to the service in Australia, and we currently have an active subscriber base of over 400,000 Australian consumers. Customers pay Stan a $10 monthly fee for full access to our catalogue, which is over 8,000 hours of television and movies, and our service is delivered 100% over open internet. In terms of today and where we are as a category, we estimate that the Australian SVOD market size is just over 1 million households. With,
Can we just hit you up on that acronym?
Yeah,
People playing at home?
Oh, sorry, yes. So SVOD being subscription video on demand. So that's accessing, as I explained before, that complete library of content for a single price per month, and it is delivered over the internet using streaming technology. So people quite often refer to streaming broadly when they're talking about the category. As I said, we estimate that the market size in Australia today is just over 1 million Australian households, with many of those Australian households taking up more than one subscription video on demand service. Our product today supports streaming in high definition across all of our platforms. And to use Stan, the average household needs, as an absolute minimum, 2 megabits per second of bandwidth. To get reasonable access, where we assume multiple users of the service in a single household, approximately 10 megabits per second of bandwidth. And then ideally for full HD across multiple users in a household, around 20 megabits per second. Today's broadband infrastructure, as we see it, in a lot of cases is adequate for the majority of streaming households, but this is largely due to the use of what we refer to as adaptive bitrate technology. And what that technology does is adjust the quality of a streaming service downward to make up for low bandwidth availability. And so if you look at the average bit rate that our audience sees, it's around 4 megabits per second. And what that equates to for the consumer is around the low end, or like a 720p high definition. So the low end of a high definition stream is what the average consumer across our network is experiencing today. Two key points which I think are relevant for our business. Firstly, there is obviously a percentage of the Australian population who doesn't have access to that minimum amount of bandwidth, the 2 megabits per second, and obviously that means that they are unable to access a service like ours. And then there is a larger proportion of the population who don't get access to the full HD experience that you might want to experience with a streaming service. Secondly, we observe a level of last mile congestion during peak times. So peak times for us being in that evening between around 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. What we observe in the peak period when compared to the hours just prior to peak period is around a 50% increase in the proportion of users who are experiencing a degraded service. So from the sort of early evening hours to the late evening hours, a 50% increase in that incidence of degradation, and around a 30% increase in those consumers who are experiencing what we call buffering, which is effectively pausing in their video during that peak time. Looking to the future, we estimate the market in Australia will grow to 4 to 5 million households within about 4 years. So around 2020, we expect the take-up at around 4 to 5 million households, around 50% of the Australian household population. During that period of time, so in that sort of time frame, 3 to 5 years, we expect that the mainstream will begin to demand Ultra HD, which is referred to commonly as 4K. It is something that's available today, but is somewhat limited by the availability or expense of Ultra HD or 4K television sets, as well as the availability of content which is produced in 4K. But over that 3 to 5 year time frame, we expect consumer demand to be quite mainstream as those television sets get cheaper. Virtually every TV within the next sort of 12 to 24 months that's sold at retail will support 4K, and more content is being produced in 4K. For us, what that means effectively, I mean, today you require around 25 megabits per second to support a single 4K stream. The technologies that we are seeing and we're currently looking at are expected within that time frame of 3 to 5 years to drop the requirements for 4K to around 12 megabits per second. So we're expecting to see compression technologies on our side mean that we can deliver a 4K stream to the household for around 12 megabits per second rather than 25. And so what that does for our future needs for bandwidth means that at the bottom of the rung, still a minimum entry point of 2 megabits per second for consumers who are receiving a low resolution stream, just to be able to get a stream to their household. But for those who want to consume 4K streams with multiple devices in a household, you'll be looking at a range between 20 megabits per second and 40 megabits per second for a reasonable multi-user household. At STEM, we have rights currently for a range of 4K content. We're shooting our own original productions in 4K, so that catalogue of content is building, and we would expect to launch a 4K service sometime in the future.
Right.
I hope that gives you some context.
Thank you very much, Mr Sneesby. Mr Maher.
Thank you, Chair. Foxtel's very happy to appear today to assist the committee in its current investigation into the internet capabilities needed for on-demand streaming services. Foxtel services are increasingly provided via IP as consumers change their viewing habits and expectations. In short, they wish to watch what they want, when they want, and on the device they want. We expect the underlying trends driving the need for faster access speeds and greater network capabilities to continue. Faster access speeds will be required to support higher definition video, often streaming concurrently to multiple devices in the home. Network capacity will need to grow as more homes adopt and consume IP video services. In particular, mass viewing events that encourage concurrent streaming across the community, such as major live sports, will have a significant impact on capacity when delivered over IP. Network's performance will also be affected by significant spikes at peak hour downloading times, such as weekend afternoons, which again is largely driven by sport, and weekend evenings, and other family entertainment times. Data used in peak download times is increasing far more rapidly than at other times, and this has implications for pricing models. Foxtel's 2.9 million customers receive Foxtel content via IP each time they use Foxtel Go, which delivers linear and on-demand services to mobile devices, log on to our made-for-streaming service Foxtel Play, download a movie or TV show on demand via any time on our set-top box, use enhanced set-top box features like Start Over and Look Back, or stream content on Presto, which, as I mentioned, is a subscription video on demand service which we operate as a joint venture with Seven West Media. Our most advanced set-top box, the IQ3, moves seamlessly between the broadcast and IP modes depending on the service being delivered. We similarly use adaptive bitrate streaming and progressive download delivery methods to enable content to be delivered over internet connections that vary in quality and speed. In the last 12 months, our total volume of IP-delivered video content across all services has grown by 86%. Data usage associated with Presto grew by 121% over the December and January period alone, and this was largely driven by the launch and heavy promotion of one single program, the Home and Away movie. And this illustrates that data usage can be highly variable and difficult to predict. We expect total data delivered to our customers via IP on average to double each year for at least the next 2 years and possibly accelerate after that. To service this, we anticipate that our content delivery network costs will triple in the next 2 financial years, and along with this we'll be investing, as Mr Sneesby has also indicated, in improving IP delivery and compression and encoding technologies with the aim of facilitating continued improvement in products and service and achieving overall efficiencies for the delivery of larger and larger quantities of content. As I've mentioned, as Mr Sneesby did as well, video consumption is increasingly must be seen as a per-device and per-user concept rather than simply looking at a home. We estimate that in the average Foxtel home, streamed video content is being viewed on at least 5 devices, often at the same time. As more of these devices support HD video and the video content they access is increasingly delivered in higher quality formats, it's inevitable that bandwidth requirements will continue to grow rapidly. The rollout of NBN is expected to significantly reduce the technical barriers to quality video delivery, with the majority of households able to support the required number of HD streams by 2020. However, from a commercial and innovation perspective, it's critical that the NBN pricing model is flexible enough to enable ISPs to economically provision their services to meet consumer needs while maintaining quality. Current NBN pricing, particularly the CVC component, is applied in a relatively rigid fashion. Charging is tied to peak usage rather than average or some other blend. And as I said, peak hour traffic has been growing at a greater rate than average traffic and is forecast to continue doing so. Therefore, the cost to ISPs of all bandwidth usage will continue to rise, irrespective of varying usage patterns for different customers and at different times of the day. We're pleased to note that in recent comments of the NBN at an estimates hearing, they've stated that they acknowledge that traffic growth has increased faster than expected and that they're going to review their CVC pricing construct. It's important that as the network continues to be rolled out, its pricing model is set to support increasing traffic at manageable cost to the ISPs, so they in turn can maintain their quality of service and deliver not just video content, but other important online services as well. This will also ensure that end users are not exposed to significantly higher bills and that there are no artificial constraints on the innovation facilitated by the nation's move to high-speed internet.
Mr Mark, can I just interrupt you there?
Yes.
What's the CBC? I'm new to this
CBC
area.
pricing, it's, well, maybe my colleague.
What is it? Virtual circuit pricing. So it's the NBN charges for access fee, which is an AVC, and then for the bandwidth for usage used, so which is a CVC
Which
charge.
is a volume.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's the critical component to delivering these sorts of services. I've only one last comment, which is that in undertaking their pricing review, we'd encourage the NBN to have an eye to the different requirements of ISPs who, like Foxtel, take their service from a wholesale supplier rather than directly from the NBN itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's okay.
I didn't realise you were close to the end of
There is a lot of jargon in this.
Tell me about it. Thank you. I'm going to hand to Senator Ludlow to start today. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Well, it's great that you fellas are here this afternoon because I guess you're a bit on the front line in that capacity constraints on the network directly impact on your business models. If you don't want to get into the politics of it, I'd be more than happy. But can you lend us your advice on what you think the priorities for broadband policy should be for this parliament coming into the next electoral cycle? What do you think should be delivered as? And maybe to frame this question up a little bit, you're all four of you in the private sector delivering a retail service to customers. What do you think the public sector should be doing, NBN Co in particular?
Yeah, I mean, are you talking specifically in relation to speeds and access and
hardware side.
availability? I mean, we don't operate so much on that wholesale retail side of things because we operate over an open internet model. But as I noted today, I think there are two broad challenges that are... They're a challenge, obviously, for our commercial business model, but that also means that they're a challenge for consumers getting access to the kinds of services that they want at the quality level. If I look at the volume, obviously we see on an ongoing basis, not a high volume necessarily, given it's a small percentage of the population, but certainly a consistent level of consumers who are upset that they're unable to access our service in their particular area because of the lack of availability of bandwidth. So that issue and addressing that in the sub 2 meg regions is certainly something that is important for our consumers, the consumers of our product. And then more broadly, as I mentioned before, the consumers who are able to access the service but are not able to access it at the highest level of definition, which is high definition for us. And that is addressing sort of consistency of the kind of bandwidth requirements that I mentioned before. Again today, that's in the range of 10 megabits per second up to 20 megabits per second in larger households with more devices. And so I think in terms of what we see coming back from our own customer base and our own audience, today those are the most immediate aspects that we see on a regular basis.
And we would echo that as well. So I think that's probably the priority number one. Is I don't think NBN or anyone else for that matter really understood the pre-Netflix, pre-Stan, pre-Foxtel IP world versus the world we're in now. And it strikes me as probably the most important assumption that NBN needs to make is bandwidth growth over the next few years to 2020. And if they get that assumption in their business planning cycle incorrect, we don't want to see a situation where by 2020 the entertainment industry is, inverted commas, competing with, as you know, Professor Lay mentioned, e-health and education and other high bandwidth consuming industries. Certainly nobody wants that. So the importance of that assumption is probably the most important thing for us and hopefully for NBN as well. From a policy point of view, Senator, to answer your question directly, we would love to see that assumption made public and in fact be a collaborative process to get that number correct. Bruce and Stan have mentioned the quite massive growth rates, and whilst they may taper off in the near future, we still expect quite large data growth rates. And then by 2020, with e-health and education coming in as well, we'd hate to have a situation where NBN and the RSPs are having to monitor and somewhat manipulate the network in order to deliver high bandwidth services and then be forced into a situation to prioritise those services.
Well, you would be some of the best people in the country to tell us what you think those growth expectations should be. And if I can push you out beyond a 4-year horizon, I mean, this is a piece of infrastructure that's going to have a lifespan a lot longer than 4 years. Have you got any expectation, maybe take this as two separate parts if you like, what are your traffic growth projections out to 2020, and that can you see anything on the horizon that would indicate that the growth rate's going to slow after that?
Sure. Sorry to Stan, you mind following? From a pure number of terabytes, and so in other words, the amount of data that will be flowing through as traffic through the various RSPs to the Foxtel customers, we see a 6-fold increase in the number of terabytes between now and, in fact, just the next 2 years. We see that tapering off possibly through to 2020, but you're still in 3 to 4-fold increases just in the sheer amount of data that will be pumped through each and every year to our end customer. And as Bruce mentioned, we have seen an 86% growth rate. We see that being consistent for the next year and then possibly tapering off. But we're certainly estimating the 40 to 50% data growth rates through to FY19 and 20.
Okay. So your most pessimistic estimate there was a doubling every 24 months?
Pretty much, that's right. And so obviously we're keen to compare that to NBN's assumptions to ensure that from an aggregate point of view across all industries, that their assumption is somewhere in the vicinity of that.
And, the other input,
sure.
which we have mentioned in passing, which you also have to take into account, is what happens at, if you like, at our end in terms of compression and other technologies that can improve.
Yeah.
So it's the interaction of those two things, available bandwidth and
cleverness.
And cleverness, yes, exactly.
I think it's important to look at the two aspects of what we're talking about here. One is the pure volume of data that's being pushed over the entire network, if you like, over the open internet, and that is a function of all of our subscriber bases growing. And if we look at that pure volume aspect of things, we would also expect to see at least doubling of the volume that we're going to push over the internet, or that subscribers are going to suck down from our servers over the internet each year over the coming 3, 4, 5 years. The other component is that last mile speed. So we're sort of talking about pure data volume more than doubling every year, but then we're looking at the speed requirements to the household at the end of the line, and that was the other aspect that I spoke about. That won't increase. The requirements for speed won't increase at the same rate as the data volume is increasing, because the categories are growing extremely quickly, driving a lot more data, yet it is the technologies at the end of the line that shift from HD primarily to 4K over the next 3 to 5 years that will approximately double the bandwidth requirements in that space. Beyond that period of time, beyond 2020, there are already discussions and standards being developed for 8K. The next evolution from 4K to 8K, which, as you might expect, is a greater level of definition in video streaming that requires, again, a greater level of data in order to be able to speed bandwidth, in order to be able to support it. It's difficult to say, whether that becomes a reality over what period of time, and whether it becomes a mainstream technology. It's kind of beyond the planning cycle that we look at today.
Right, but on your most conservative, between the four of you, your most conservative growth estimates and your most optimistic estimates of compression cleverness, when do we smash into the ceiling that would be kind of locked in with a fibre to the node build, where you are, whether you like it or not, locked into copper for your last mile?
Certainly from a Foxtel point of view, we don't have the access technology experts to really know where that ceiling part of the equation is. So we certainly have our demand growth assumptions, but we were hoping to be more collaborative with NBN in terms of working that formula out and, in nomenclature, or in colloquialism, seeing where the two lines of the graph meet. But
well, there's reports in press just in the last 2 weeks that the lines in the graph meet somewhere between 2020 and 2025, which sounds reasonably consistent with what you're telling us today. You folks are in charge of the business that's got the most obvious, one of the sectors where it's probably the easiest to estimate at least the next couple of years of demand growth. So you're actually quite a helpful metric. Does that sound about right, or would you not want to back up those kind of estimates? Mid-2020s. Where you simply start hitting the capacity bottleneck at the last mile for streaming services.
Yeah, as I say, I'm not too familiar with what the capacity projections are. We did see the sort of publicly stated objective of reaching, I think it was 100% of households with up to 20 or 25 megabits per second by 2020, and then beyond that, 50 megabits per second at around 90% of households. I think certainly in that time frame, it's consistent with the needs of our business. Beyond that, as I said, it's difficult to say. I think the only thing that really is likely to drive greater bandwidth is if the shift happens towards 8K and that becomes a really viable commercial need within the household, then that's certainly going to have an impact on bandwidth requirements.
Okay. Yeah, of course.
Mr. Lorcan, you said a couple of times now you'd like to be more collaborative. Can you give me an understanding of the way NBN talks to yourselves, to all of the potential users, so that there can be a shared view about what the growth in usage or growth in opportunity really is? How do they talk to you?
And just to clarify, I certainly don't mean it as a criticism criticism
okay,
to NBN at all. So thanks for the question to enable a clarification. It's more, we've got an account manager from NBN that we have held regular discussions with, and that's very good. It's where they draw the line in terms of commercial in confidence and unable to share things like their assumed data growth. Now, of course, they may or may not be able to share that. That's okay. But I'd like to see more transparency on the process, that they're actively collaborating, not with us again, just us and Stan and Netflix and others, but of course eHealth and the other industries that will be high bandwidth users, and then forming a more accurate forecast, or as accurate as possible. The importance, again, is just so essential. It will go into the way they design and architect for that network and what access technologies they deem appropriate. And, of course, it will go to the commercial model that's used as well, which is obviously a direct flow through to the RSPs and then ultimately our consumers.
So they're asking you what your projected growth might be. Do they test that?
I don't know. It's a good question. They certainly should be able to test it to see what bits and bytes go through the network. But of course, there's the RSP layer before you get to the ultimate subscriber. So it really depends on their operating systems to see how they can delve into their network. But I'm unable to know.
No, thank you. Sorry. Good.
No, I mean, I guess that's the thing that interests us most, and where your business model collides with the realities of the network that's actually being built out. If you were just talking about the kind of 720p service, I guess a minimum standard of quality if you're trying to sit at home watch a movie that you were telling us before, 4 meg per second, would you want to, in terms of market size, potential market size for a 720p video stream at peak hour at 8 o'clock at night in a city or wherever you're trying to watch it, how many people are, in the present day, in 2016, excluded from being able to access or not even bother taking up a subscription of the kind that your companies offer?
I think from our point of view, that's one of the things that's difficult for us to assess is who's missing out. I mean, we obviously can look out into our network and see what's being delivered to the consumers who are subscribed to our service, so we can get an understanding of that. We can pull data. I don't have it at hand today. We can pull data from our network to understand who from our customer base receives a lower than 720p service, and I'm happy to provide that data separately if you'd like it. But what we can't see, obviously, is outside of our consumer base, how many people might be restricted from that, or how many people may not sign up to a service because they're aware that their internet isn't suitable for the service. So we could give some information on what it looks like within our customer base if it's helpful.
I think that would be helpful, because obviously what we're trying to do is roll this whole conversation forward 5 or 10 years, or say to 2020, the end of the NBN build, or 2021, or whenever they actually land it, is at the end of that build cycle, how many people will still be excluded, say from a single 4K stream into a home, or whatever happens when you've got 5 devices trying to stream at the same time. So without breaching commercial confidentiality, obviously, anything that you can tell us about how you view the size of your market now and in 4 years' time, say, according to this must be kind of your bread and butter, really, according to different expectations of what NBN Co is going to be able to deliver. Do you each have customer service departments who handle complaints?
Yes.
Okay. So presumably people might sign up to your service without realising that their broadband service can't handle your delivery. How frequent a complaint is that?
From our side, I'd have to take it on notice to give you an exact answer, but of course the complexity there is the ISP in the middle. And on a weekday night, many of our customers can download at least a standard definition product without any problem in the world. And yet on the Sunday afternoon, the Sunday night, they might see some congestion in the network, because that's usually the peak hour of that week, and we might get a speed-related complaint the following Monday. Most of that is because of the current copper-based network for those people not yet on NBN. But as NBN rolls out, we're certainly seeing less people complain. I don't know if we've ever received a speed complaint from those on NBN versus those on legacy ADSL.
All right, thank you.
Have you ever mapped your complaints across the country?
Oh, so all the time, absolutely.
Right.
Because we're also an ISP ourselves, as well as being a content provider. So we do that. Obviously, as an ISP, we want to make sure that there's, all parts of the country are up according to the SLAs that we have with our telco reseller. So yeah.
So you could look at a suburb that you know has fibre to the home, and map complaints compared to, a fibre to the node suburb.
At the moment, that's not really a big enough sample size, just because of where the NBN rollout is at the moment. Yeah. But certainly we intend to be doing that.
So we come back in a year and ask you that question.
Could do. Yeah.
So.
No, I'm finished.
Yes. Any other questions? Are there any other issues you'd like to put? I want to ask you about last mile congestion, Mr. Sneesby, and you may observe that I'm fairly new to this portfolio, so please be gentle with me. So how does that work? Tell me about why that happens.
Yeah, so, when you look at how our product is delivered to the consumer, we use a content delivery network, as all other players in the space do. What a content delivery network does is it places servers or computers out there in locations which are as close as possible to the population. So all of our content gets pushed out to a physical location, to a physical server that is closer, and the closer you get to the consumer, then the shorter the hop when you log into your device and you start streaming a show, the shorter the distance over internet that stream needs to travel. So for the most part, our content is sitting out there close to our consumers and the population. And so when I refer to the last mile congestion, it really is the major or the biggest inhibitor that we see in delivering a quality service. Usually happens in that last mile, in effectively the hop from in the case of DSL, from the exchange, from the DSLAM to the consumer's household. And we trace, a lot of the performance of our network on an ongoing basis, and the data tells us that the majority of those challenges in streaming come in the last mile, which is effectively provided by the retail ISP. And obviously we track that over time, and we track it to a certain degree geographically. And as I mentioned before, the data tells us that during those peak times in the evening, we see overall speed reduction when we look at our entire base, and we see at the same time a higher incidence of consumers who are either experiencing pausing in their videos, which is due to the video not being able to get enough bandwidth to get down to the consumer, or our adaptive bitrate technology, which automatically reduces the quality of your stream, kicking in to mean that in order to deliver a consistent streaming experience, you're seeing a lower quality video stream on your television set.
Thank you. That makes that clear. The other question I'd like to ask, and this may be an impossible question to answer, is the compression work that you're doing so that you're making things faster from your end. Is there a view about how far that can go, or are we there yet, or can we compress even more? Given I don't understand the technology, and I don't want to, but please...
Maybe trying to simplify it, and we've sort of had... there's lots of different ways that the smart people out there are looking at to basically deliver a better quality stream in a lower bandwidth environment. Generally speaking, the standards that are being developed that are looking to achieve that, what they rely on doing is having more processing power in the end device. So, as you'd expect,
I've got to buy a smarter thing.
Exactly right. So, as our devices, our phones, our tablets, and our smart TVs get more processing power, they become more and more able to compensate using those technologies at the other end. And so there is a dependency, one, on the creation of that technology, which is that the new standards which I referred to before are fairly well advanced. There will still be a dependency on this turnover of consumer devices to catch up and be able to use that. So if you were to roll out that technology today, you would find that maybe more recent devices which have that greater processing power and the technology built in will be able to accept a much lower bit rate and the compression, but older devices won't be able to. So it's a combination of the smart technology on our end, but it has to be enabled by faster and faster processing on consumer devices as well.
And that does throw up public policy issues about equity of access and those things, which if you recall, the transition from analogue to digital television was a big issue with legacy devices, and sometimes those legacy devices were in the homes of people who were perhaps less wealthy. They couldn't afford to keep upgrading, all those things. So the truth of the matter is that the technology will continue to improve, undoubtedly, but it's not a sort of a smooth progression, and we have to be conscious of that.
And from a public policy perspective also, we can't rely on the consumer having to bear the cost of allowing that equation to work.
I think it's fair to say to date it's been hidden in the prices of the next generation of iPhone and smart TVs and whatnot. Once you divide by the number of consumers, it's almost an immaterial cost. That may not always be the case, but we don't see on the horizon, at least at the moment, even with the next generation that Stan is talking about, which is called the high efficiency video coding, or HEVC, which is already out in the US and whatnot. You don't see an uplift in prices on TVs or devices at the moment.
Can you adapt them?
You can't adapt an existing one. I think it's. I guess one of the things that sort of benefits the speed at which the technology could be taken up is we are seeing a shortening of technology consumer life cycle, if you like, the turnover of devices generally. If you look at whether it's a tablet, a phone, or even a television set, now is continuing to shorten as the price of consumer electronics gets cheaper and cheaper.
It's amazing.
Can I be a little bit presumptuous and push on your question there? It's because it also goes to how we in our industry play a part in bandwidth. And, it's quite a few tens of millions of dollars a year going into compression and making sure we are at the latest of technology. And of course, we're incented to do that because we need our ISPs and RSPs to understand that our content is as compressed and encoded as possible. We certainly, no party here would want any ISP, if you like, deprioritising any one of our content because, we're not playing properly in the greater game, if you know what I mean. So sometimes we're accused of free riders, taking free rides on the back of the networks, but certainly this is one example where it costs quite a bit of money to keep this stuff up to date.
Thank you. That actually helps me understand a lot better. Deprioritisation, so that does occur now, or could occur now?
Could occur now, especially for those DSLAMs that are congested on the older style network.
Another piece of work that I have to understand. Gentlemen, is there anything else that you'd like to put in front of the committee before we finish today?
The one thing on the policy point of view, I think that NBN is starting to look at this, although we haven't got confirmation, but certainly one of their stated goals is to have as many active users on the NBN as possible, and we certainly all concur with that. One of the ways for the end consumer to get onto the NBN is through an RSP that happens to be a wholesaler that then goes to an RSP directly to NBN. So in other words, Foxtel Broadband is an example where we might use Telstra as a way to aggregate or find a way to the NBN network. I don't think NBN has necessarily thought through that. There are still high-level capital costs and things to connect to the NBN if we were to go to a full national network. And certainly we see one favourable avenue is to go through someone like a Telstra or another aggregator in order to get there. But we'd like to have assurances from NBN that if we pay for a particular bandwidth level, that is able to be flowed through to our end customers. So, for example, if we pay for a certain level of bandwidth through the CVC pricing for, let's say, 1 megabit per second, because we're obviously a content provider as well, it might be that if we go through, just as an example, Telstra, their entire base may only need 500 kilobits per second. So how does NBN ensure that our end customers are actually being provided with the bandwidth that we have paid for?
And they have paid for too.
Right? And they are receiving our revenue for.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, good. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. If you've got anything further you want to add to us, then please do so. If you did, Mr. Lookin, take a question on notice, and if there are other information that you'd like to provide, if you could get that to us by the 31st of March, that would be terrific. And that concludes today's public hearing. I want to thank all the witnesses who appeared today, to our Hansard and Sound people, to our Secretariat, and the committee stands adjourned.
Okay.
Thank you.